was an agent of Mossad. There's dirt on Trump. We got bribed into this fucking war. Yo, really? Oh, this war was a distraction from Epstein. The war is a distraction from Epstein, but our first lady goes on national TV and says she was not a victim of Epstein. How the fuck is that going to make everybody forget about Epstein if this was supposed to be a distraction from Epstein? Make it make sense.
The reach.
It doesn't make any sense if that was the goal. As far as, yes, we've had moments during this conflict where the United States and Israel have had divergent agendas. If you read between the lines, at certain points, Trump wanted, just kept knocking them down. So, yes, we had some divergent interests. But, of course, we can't acknowledge that because that doesn't suit the narrative that he's a puppet of Israel. That would fit that narrative. But we can't tell the truth. We have to pretend. Do you guys remember in his first term, who was he supposed to be a puppet of back then? Vladimir Putin, anybody? Anybody? Do you guys remember when he was supposed to be Putin's? What happened to all of that talk? Manchurian Canada, Putin had so much on Trump, and he's just a puppet. What happened to that bullshit?
No, he was on the thing.
I'm happy. Yo, I just everybody should have a right to talk. You should have a right to express themselves. I'm not a censor. I'm not that dude. You're welcome to talk, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I can't. All right, respect. Respect. I can't hear you when I'm talking. So here's what's up. We keep on having these bullshit narratives. And I want you guys to just tell the truth. Just be honest. I want you to go in front of the mirror and say it out loud. Free yourself. I hate Donald Trump more than I love America. Say it. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Acknowledge it. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem. That's how you fix it.
Sounds like you're talking about.
That's how you get. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. You guys.
I think
You made one good point, and the other should think of something.
I think you have the problem in this nation. So I will never say what you are trying to get me to say because you're not the Pied Piper. Okay, so I'm gonna denounce it, but brother.
You're kind of getting them wrong. You're talking about the people who are acting like they are criticizing the way that we're conducting this war legitimately, or acting like that they don't just hate Trump. They just need to go out and say it. Because this is the thing, as they've been criticizing every step of the way that we've been conducting this and trying to tell people that we've been losing this war, we have been winning. So just the people who are really just hate Trump that bad.
Wait, can I speak up a little bit more as well? Miss Lady, can I tell you something as well? Right, you're delusional. The rest of the world here has been dealing with America and Israel. Where the fuck have you been, missus? Where the fuck were you? When we needed you? Where the hell were you at? What the fuck are you talking about?
Somebody's getting paid.
Can I talk about what? Yeah, someone's getting packed. No, we're not saying to the lady down there listening to you now. We're not saying about the rest of the world. This is an American conversation. So you can get the fuck down there. And I'm just pointing out that we are talking about America and our president. So shut up. So, Matt, can I talk about my $500?
This was an American conversation. You come here with your heavy ass accent talking about can you talk about 500 CDs?
Anthony, can
BT,
do not disrespect an American when he's talking on stage. I mean, you still want to do the $500 bet because I got to buy my kids Christmas presents by December. You want to do it? I'm gay.
Ben,
Give it to mine. We're giving it to mine to hold.
Stop.
I'm not trying to argue.
Ben, I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know what you want to bet. What are the terms of the bet? Okay, so Ben, I want to be clear. All right. Right now, historically, we can look at your boy, Barack Hussein Obama. He lost more freaking congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally, the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So, I don't know how you qualify or quantify a blue wave. In order for us to have a bet, we need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really want to get something going. Yo, dog, I'm never running. I'm here.
How you got that hard on? How you doing?
It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
Tingle. No tingle. You don't feel like you Cinderella today? No Cinderella
I think Peter is a penis eater.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, brilliant chair.
Don't worry, I'm
This terms that we can both agree to. I'm happy to sit down and get some terms that we should agree to. If we can agree to terms, I have to make them back.
$500, man. I think. I got no problem.
to eat. You want to eat. You claiming something. You want to eat like you some form of you are a representative, right? You want that thingy thing.
So
Right?
no,
I just want to know what the mistake is.
a drunk person drinks too much wine.
Are you
Like,
curious?
it's okay. Go on, man.
Yo, Amon, we're going to pass the mic around a little bit. NY, BT, Mo, I noticed you guys came up on stage, man. It's so good to see you guys, saying nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just winning in life. I hope that continues to bless you guys. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for what you say, Anthony. I just want to say that for me, it's making you can see Trump lost this war. I mean, so far he lost it very bad. All the objectives that he had before the war.
Mama, wait, leave this room. If this
Amen. Let me finish.
Lady, this is not Persia, okay?
So he had these objectives and he had these things. Right now, Iraq is stronger than him. And they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there, they're still going to get paid, and they are not allowing any military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started a war for regime change, now the Strait of Hormuz were completely open. Now is that you're negotiating to have it reopen, to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And he didn't need to do all of
This
that.
guy's, bro, like, honestly, like, listen, Mo,
Yeah.
you're absolutely wrong, man. Like, how is Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They're weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean, we've decapitated the Navy, the Air Force, their ballistic missile program. I mean, the next thing is their nuclear enriched uranium.
If you
So, like, I'm just curious, like, now we can, but also
I'll
that.
tell you why.
Hold on, stop. Wait. Also, this is the biggest thing, though. This really is about China, bro. You don't understand that, Mo. Like, what we're making sure is that the. Hold on, Mo. Shut up for a second.
Let me finish, man. I was talking, man. You want me to respect? Yeah, you want me to respect you?
Go ahead,
Ask me a question.
We're talking about that.
The thing is, though, I think I want to answer his question if you want to. The problem is, though, if you look at the facts, forget about this thing. He says that the Navy is completely done. If it's done, then why do you need to negotiate to reopen the straits? Why don't you then go open it yourself? If you think if America actually got the Navy down, listen, no, you guys, America could not open it. They would. And even
It's open because of our military. It's open because we forced the Iranians to come to the table. Genius.
You guys are in denial, man.
What are you talking about?
For 1 second.
We're in a better position.
Mo, I have a very simple question for you, Mo. All right. We failed. We've lost. What would a victory look like to Mo? What would it take for you if the United States got a victory? What does a victory look like?
It would look like the objective was a regime change. Okay? They would have taken out the regime change, they have put someone in power there, compared to the way they did in Iraq. They would have replaced with American things, and they would not have Iran closing the strait. Like, they would control the whole thing. That was the objective before the war. Now, just got back.
1 second now. I want to respond to what you just said, Mo. I just want to, all right, so Mo, I just want to be clear about something, right? Mo, like, I live in the United States, okay? And the current administration is the Trump administration. Now, if some foreign power attacked and they assassinated Donald Trump and J.D. Vance became the president, would that be regime change? Yes or no, and explain.
No, it won't be a regime change because J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one that Trump, before he got assassinated. There is no change. All you did is just replace. It's a system. It's not one person.
Mo, thank you for saying that, Mo. So Mo, what you're saying, right? I just want to be handled every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it because it's just a system. They're not two distinct individuals that are going to make individual choices. They are going to do the same exact thing. Is that what you're saying, Mo? I don't want to put words.
No. It should be changed if the Democrat are president. If the Democrat in power, they have a different way of organizing it. Every time the Democrats win the election or the Republican win, I'm not going to be like it's a regime change. It's still the United States. It's not dictated by a foreign country. When you say forever, it's like we take charge of your country. Like you know how the United States have done in many other countries, right? When America comes, they say they want to religion like they did in Libya. They will take you out, and whoever wants to.
All right. I'm sorry, Shiva. 1 second, Shiva. I'm sorry. Just 1 second. So Mo, here's what's up, brother. I understand what you're saying, right? And I don't know where you're at. I don't know, like, what your religious background is. I don't know anything about you.
I'm actually a U.S. citizen. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I mean,
okay, cool. Yeah, Mo, understand.
Is that an accomplishment?
The Iranian regime.
Born in the United States.
Okay, Peter, we can't do this, Peter, please.
It is not an accomplishment.
Peter, please. Peter,
You
please.
do not have a choice to.
Peter, just hang out with the audience a
One mic on the Black
little bit.
American, please. One mic on the Black American. Anthony, please.
Yeah, thank you. So here's what's going on, right? The IRGC, the current regime, however you want to classify it, no, it's over. It's finished. All right? They might last 2 months. They might last 6 months. But they have been mortally wounded. They're in ICU. They called, they called the cleric, and the cleric is giving them last rites. This is check and me. It's over. They are dead men walking, dead men talking. It is over for them. This regime is finished. So if that's your requirement, give it a few months, and you'll see what happens.
They're still in power.
Yeah, Othello. Here's what's up, Othello. I just want to say something really quick. I just listen. I understand, right? For some people, they're literalists, and I'm gonna preface all my comments by saying this. I am one man with one opinion. I could be 100% wrong. God didn't whisper in my ear. I'm not the Pope. God didn't whisper in my ear and tell me what's going to happen. I'm just one man with one opinion, and I could be completely wrong. You're entitled to your opinion.
Give me this opportunity to give my opinion.
All right, Mo. All right.
I think that though. Here's the thing. Regarding what you just said, the problem is America, the Iranian, they could not have to war like the way you can do, like they take out America government. They already knew that was not the objective. The objective was to inflict a lot of economical pain to America so they can get in a position where they can have leverage. And they say what they were gonna do. If you attack us, we're gonna attack your ally and close the strait. And they did it, and they accomplished the whole objective. So the United States, if you remember, you have to go back at the objective of the war. They said Iran could not have the nuclear weapon, which was strange because they did say that before, back in June, that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want the regime change. They want to take them out. This is why they went for the head.
So you can't
And they went to take out the head, and they thought that the people would have been like a case of like Libya. It did not. The Iranian, you have to understand, this is not a nation that was created artificially. This is thousands of years of nation. It's not going to just fall because you came and you took out the head. Do you understand? This is not that was just created by colonists.
Because this regime is 47 years old. 47.
Yeah, but the Persians are not your Thomas. The Persians are not your Thomas.
47.
Okay. The Persians are not your Thomas.
Hey, Mo, respectfully, one mic. I don't want to mute the stage. Just give me 1 second, guys. So, Shiva has next, guys. Shiva has next.
Fuck you too, my brother. Fuck you too.
Actually, it's not the regime change in Iran yet. I agree that
doing this. They know the machine gunning of the normal people. The family was instead of war. Big example out of Mullah. Family with machine gun. Those children that you saw from young childhood with machine gun in the neighborhood that they were rising in. And very building up for no war. No, these are racist monkeys.
Yes, definitely not. Yes, definitely. But the regime must be full, and you have to, there should be a way paved for them to rise up again. Because right now we have like a lot of militia, Shia militia from Iraq, the Hezbollah, PMF from Iraq, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Houthis from Yemen inside Iran to counter every Iranian and kill them again, just like on the 8th and 9th of January. So they're more dangerous even now than before, because now Polybov is in control, and he's the head of the military in this regime right now. Is more dangerous than before. So I agree with that they've done a lot, but now in the most dangerous time.
That's probably let Dave get in here real quick. Ben,
Let's
try
just-
to get into that.
Let's just be clear here.
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah.
Like a Ben.
You're just gonna overtalk this whole dude until this dude just.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So just be clear here. The United States, President Trump and his cabinet have never said that regime change was a goal. So we've been having this conversation the past half hour, at least I've been in the room, where we keep talking about the goal or the objective of the Trump administration is regime change. WhiteHouse.gov has pulled up Donald Trump's initial statements on the war and corroborating statements after the fact from Pete Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as J.D. Vance. Regime change has never been the goal here. So we're looking at regime change. Does regime change? Peter, I don't know why you keep coming off the mic, dude. I'm not done talking. When I'm done talking, you'll know when I'm done talking because I'll stop talking. So, anyways, the regime change has never been the goal of this administration, and it has stated it from the beginning. There has always been 4 objectives, and the United States has, in many ways, shapes and forms, upheld those 4 objectives, right? So, number 1 is obliterate Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability, annihilate its navy. That's number 2. Sever its support for terrorist proxies, and ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism never acquires a nuclear weapon. Let's be clear here. Donald Trump, not only has he been clear the past couple of months about this, you can trace his comments all the way back to 1989. This guy has been talking about this stuff much longer than he's been in political life. Certainly dating back to when he was in private life. He said Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. So this idea that how I go, well, if the war is not a success, look, my heart goes out to the Iranian people. Obviously, any good-hearted American person wants a regime change in Iran. These terrorists that fucking mow down a minimum of 30 to 50,000 of their own civilians, obviously a regime change, a top-down regime change would be ideal.
I don't care.
That may not be the United States' military objectives in this conflict are not that.
That's a lie. You've been rooting against us because of your hate for Israel. So
That's not true. I just
MO for this war. A few of the things that you mentioned, but he also said the Iranian people will be free soon. Are they free?
Again, I'm looking at his statement from March 2nd. Our objectives, and I'm quoting, our objectives are clear.
Are the Iranian people free?
No, they're not currently free.
Okay. Are we negotiating? Do we have to pull up to the table to negotiate with the same IRGC?
I don't know who we're negotiating. I don't know that we're negotiating with the IRGC or the other factions in play.
We're negotiating with the Pakistan is the
medium.
Yeah, the mediator.
Sure, I didn't know that was. I know that there's a differentiation. I'm not an expert on Iranian, on the like what their system of government or how all that runs is. I know that there's the difference between the Iranian, like their own military, the IRGC, and like there's a bunch of different factions that play.
Alright, and I get your point of view. I just want to state something which is factual, because I do have the links. Donald Trump came out and stood on stage in front of every news channel out there, and he said, I quote, "To the brave Iranian people, come out to the streets. We will have your back and take over your institutions," which they did. They took over police stations, but then they came in with like more militias and they mowed them down. And they said
That wouldn't be the militia, that would be a government.
they would be freed. He said that they would be freed and that they should keep steady and stay at home now, because there will be a lot of bombs dropping at the moment and it's not safe out there. And wait for the final call. That is what Trump has said. So the objective is not there. What he said did not happen yet.
But the horn.
Holding up.
You have to give it to the Iranian though. They played very smart.
They did.
That was these people invented the just game.
During the Iran-Iraq war. It's no secret that they will close down the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only fucking playbook they have. People talking about
nothing. People talking about nothing.
So,
no, we
I
didn't.
just want to be clear, you guys. You know, this idea that it's the responsibility of the American military to change the regime in Iran, it's not only nonsensical, it's dangerous. This is not our responsibility.
That's not what we said. That's not
Time out.
what we said.
Time out.
Neither
I
what
can't
we
hear you when I'm talking. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm happy for you to respond. May I please land, man?
Hold on, Sam.
Thank you. Here's what's up. Okay. We tried. We knocked off the head of the snake. The snake grew another head. Listen, this is on you to fix. We just want to make sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is it. Point blank period.
Well, we don't want
We are not here.
We don't want the
We're not
Iranians
here.
fucking us.
Okay, Peter, I'm not going to go for it, bro. Please stop. We're not here to ensure that your regime gets changed. Listen, I don't like Zelensky. I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I do respect Zelensky. And you know who I respect way more than Zelensky? I respect the Ukrainian motherfucking people. Those are some stand-up people. That whole idea of fight like a Ukrainian means something now. They're putting blood and treasure on the line. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody that's not putting blood and treasure on the
They
line.
don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from people with expectations of our military.
People don't have guns.
Thank you, though. Honestly, that's not how you make them.
Okay, this
This is how you make them. You don't have to.
do you think
Can I add something here? There was a news
Yeah, she said she didn't have to.
community call
You're not blaming them.
back.
We gotta mute her, man. Hey, calm down, buddy. We gotta. All right, we gotta mute her. But real quick, because before we lose Ben's point, Ben said the American people, and I'm gonna make this point very clear. I don't believe Americans actually truly care about civilians dying in Iran. We don't care about the Nigerians. We don't care about the Congo. We don't care about China. The civilians are dying by the thousands in so many other countries. We don't care. That's not the reason we're there. Exactly for what Anthony said. We're there for the uranium enrichment. We don't want them to have a nuclear program. And we don't, as
about what Israel wants.
Sure.
Also, again, if we go back to the military objectives, one of them is to cut the heads off the proxies as well, right? So, I mean, again, we can go back to Donald Trump's.
Can I add one thing?
We can go back. All I'm doing is quoting Donald Trump exactly, like his military objectives exactly as he stated them. Like this is not. I'm not like, oh my gosh, here's my take on this.
I know, but remember this though, man. We have to remember, and I'm a Trump supporter, man. So don't get this wrong here. But while we're playing checkers, he's playing chess. Remember, he told everybody that the intervention in Venezuela was because of the drug boats, and ended up being, Maduro and the China angle. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He'd already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up militaries in the southern part of the country. And it makes sense because they were the Chinese trying to take over the Panama Canal. So hold on, let me finish, ma'am, please. So, God damn it, dude, shut up for a second. So, hold on, man. Peter, please stop here. So, Shiva, the point is here that we need to remember this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about, a lot of it is the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile and the proxies, but also China, man, and our petrodollar. We want to make sure that people are buying their oil through the petrodollar. And now we're guaranteeing that China can still buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be through the petrodollar, and it's going to be overseen by us. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
Taiwan is nowhere near next to Iran. You need to put your No, sir. You've been lying to us, right? And we've been allowing you to lie to us. You've been lying to the rest of Europe. Because we have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on you.
I am. Please tell us who we're wrong. Don't just say that we're lying. Please.
Hours we've been listening to this dickhead. Like, come on, man.
I'll fuck. Don't worry about it. Okay, Ahmed. How do you say your name? What are you lying about?
Just saying, if we're gonna talk the truth, are we allowed to react as the rest of the world? Or are we gonna react based off their fucking theory? Like, I just wanna know, what am I doing? Why am I being pulled by? Shut up, sir. Whatever the fuck you is. Yeah, am I being pulled by the salesman? Because I'm no books. I'm not a salesman. I don't know what the fuck he is. What the fuck he doing? What you?
Would you respond to what I said?
Because apparently, you the mind. You the mind. I
tell she's on the phone.
Yes.
Go ahead.
To respond to the person that was talking about we do not care about regime change in Iran and we only wanted to make sure the Islamic regime doesn't have a nuclear energy. To respond to this point, I want to add, whenever you don't have any regime change in Iran, then it means that still we are dealing with the same regime. The same regime has more than maybe 47 years chanting and saying death to America. And then they continue to, for sure, this regime is not the trusted one. They will continue to nuclear energy. And then if the regime change doesn't happen, then it means that we will have, the Islamic regime will have the nuclear energy and it's not be stopped. And I wanted to at this point, then all people around the world should be care about regime change in Iran. It's not only for Iranian people, it's for all people around.
If you don't like how we separate, really quick, she was responding to something I said. I want to respond to her, you guys. I'm responding to what she said. Shiva, I respect what you do, all right? If I was sitting, you sitting, I would do the same exact thing. But Sheila, it's not our job to do your job. I understand you're spreading propaganda, and in the hood, we call it when you try to put a battery in somebody's back. You're trying to put a battery in our back. To do it,
What do you mean?
Shiva, I didn't interrupt you. I promise you I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't interrupt you. I listened. So what I'm saying to you is that you're trying to put a battery in our back. You're trying to make us responsible for some shit. You're trying to, another hood term, you're trying to gas us up. All right? You're trying to make us, they've been screaming death to America. They're still going to do the same thing. Listen, y'all sort all that shit out. Y'all sort all that shit out.
You guys sort it out. If they get a nuclear weapon,
You guys sort it out. You guys take care of it. We just don't. I'm sorry. I know it hurts you, Sam. I know the words coming out of my mouth hurt. But listen, it's like sunlight to a vampire. I understand. I get it. I get it. This is on a vampire right now. Here's what's going on. The United States is not responsible for regime change. We're not responsible for the safety of the Iranian people. I empathize with you guys. I pray for you guys, but it's not our responsibility. It's some shit that you guys are gonna have to figure out. Look at the Ukrainian model. Look at what they're doing. There's 90-something million of you guys. Handle your fucking business. A black man. We have got money.
So, I understand you don't like fight. It makes sense. This is your country, your people, and you don't like fight. I understand it. But the thing is that here Islamic regime is the enemy of the America, the USA, the people of America. Then it's not a trusted regime that United States wants to negotiate with them. Okay? This is the first thing. And the second thing, suppose that this regime, I don't want to say that, okay, this is a pressure on you. I want you to understand what's going on in the future. In the future, this regime now has enough power to suppress its people, to kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran, not only one country, the enemy.
One mic on Shiva, please.
Okay, I want to correct him.
I'm going to respond to her one last time, and then we got a cue.
I want to correct him, the person who. Yes. Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. I want to correct the person who told me that it is our responsibility, it is our fault that we are living in Iran with the mullahs. To be honest, no. Mullah is not from Iran. They are coming from other countries.
You took the line, dude.
Supported from other countries.
Shiva, please.
Okay.
One mic on Shiva, please.
You can see China and Russia now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other countries, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they got from other country, now the people couldn't do that. How the people were killed in less than 2 days, more than 42,000 people.
Alright. It is 42,000. Peter, stop.
My point is that it happened. Okay, my Islamic regime got power because of the other countries. This is not our fault. We do not like this regime. And from the beginning, we wanted regime change. We tried several ways. We tried ourselves. And you can only look at the old document.
Hey, Shiva, BTP had more or less since since 1,000 years ago.
And the Carter administration put them there. So it's time
So Shiva, I'm sorry, Sam, I'm going to respond to Shiva, and then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next, and then
Hold on.
But here's what I'm going to say to Shiva really quick. Yo, Peter, please stop. Shiva, here's what I got to say to what you said, all right? Shiva, prior to the escalation of conflict, prior to the 12-day war, prior to all of this stuff, that same Iranian regime that had been in power for however many years, we were murdering Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian soil and we murdered your top generals. Just took them out. We bombed your embassy. We did. You know what Iran did? Absolutely nothing. The United States is not scared of Iran or this regime. Israel is not scared of Iran or this regime. We're not scared of, and it's not our responsibility to take them out. Iran had one job. Their one job was to develop a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing they cared about. Everything else was noise. And we refused to allow that to happen. You guys got the... I believe that the regime is mortally wounded. I believe the regime is mortally wounded. But...
All right, I'm next.
I agree.
Thank you, man. So, I'll be quick.
Hold on, let me Jack, let me just get a cue quick.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack,
then Othello.
Edward, and Ben and Othello. Okay,
I'll put it in the chat.
Alright, so you heard a lot of lies from this lady Shiva and other Iranians who come and say, we never wanted this revolution. Maybe you guys didn't because you weren't born in 1979, but your grandparents definitely did. The Iranian Revolution.
I did not have one free
Peter,
God.
holy shit. Peter, so this is the thing. Their grandparents Oh my god. So the Iran Revolution of 1979 was one of the most popular revolutions in history. Up fucking hated the Shah. It's revisionist history to say, oh, we always hated the fucking mullahs. We never wanted the revolution. That's bullshit. And whoever believes that, just go do some research. And the facts, and every historian agrees on this. I know they're very mad about what happened because obviously their grandparents regret this revolution and show some accountability. The Mexicans didn't do this revolution. The Japanese, the Chinese didn't do this to you. Iranians did this. Iranians are responsible and should be held accountable and start taking some ownership of what happens in their fucking country.
Because the Carter administration and France
I'm not done. So take some fucking accountability. Stop blaming Trump. Stop blaming Jimmy Carter from 50 fucking years ago. It's all everyone else's fault. But the innocent Iranians never did a damn thing. None of this is their fault. If you ever listen, they have nothing to do with anything. Oh my God, it just happened to them. And they sat back and watched. We just fucking destroyed your regime. We had our regime change of our own. If you don't like it, you still can do a regime change of your own. It's your fucking country. 94 million of you. If you're telling me 90 million of you hate this regime, then 90 million of you need to go take it down and stop fucking crying on Clubhouse. Go do some shit and stop waiting for Trump. I don't know what the fuck you thought Trump was gonna do for you. He's American. Trump's gonna do what's best for America. And he's America first. And that's what the fuck he did. So I'm sorry. You know, you can try to threaten us with, oh, they're gonna be a nuclear weapon. They're gonna be the strongest country and destroy us. You know who the fuck we are. This is America, okay? We're not scared of anybody. And your little threats, they don't scare you. So that's what it is. I just want my fellow Americans to understand this. Do some research and just call out the bullshit. These people can't take a fucking ounce of accountability. Thank you, okay.
Matt, so I love what Jack just said there, man. It's just the truth, you know. I mean, these people wanted this. They absolutely did, and they were able to band together and fend off the Iraqis during the Iran-Iraq war. And I mean, fuck, they had a common cause there. So I don't know how you guys are letting like 3% of the population, the other 97%. It's fucking ridiculous. Also, guys, we got to look at the track record here, man. I think Trump understands that all the regimes that have fallen, Iraq, Libya, fucking goddamn Syria, none of those places are better off. Okay, I mean, and so if we weren't willing to get in the Trump knew that. He knew the people who voted him in were never willing to accept that, and he's not stupid enough to do that because he knows the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas, 98 million people. That's way more than the 20 million people in Iraq, and that took us fucking over that officially, if you count that we left actually all combat operations last year. But it was always going to take the people to do this, and it wasn't just alone can't do that. But we want the decap regime, and we're doing that. But we want the nuclear weapons. Let me finish here. But that's just something we have to really consider there. But you guys definitely one of them. All these countries are in worse. Sorry, I didn't know that was in that. Sorry. But anyway, all these countries are in worse positions. When we overthrew them anyway, or helped, like I say. So we don't want some lawless place to be worse off necessarily, and we're not willing to commit, to a forever war. So we will blow the fuck out of these people though, and keep them at bay, and we will do that. I mean, they're always going to probably be a pain in the ass, but now we have demonstrated that they are pieces of. I mean, they're not able to even contend with us, and we're going to just keep on hammering them periodically. But the whole nuclear weapon thing, I think we really gotta. That's something we have to deal with. The enriched uranium, we have to find it all.
Good job. Edward, you are up. I don't know if you're at your mic. Mr. Edward, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Great. So good afternoon, everyone. Steve and also Anthony. I am an American. Just want you guys to know that. I love my country. I also love our president. And I just want everybody to know, America first, not America only. Every country is sovereign. it's kind of interesting, and I know that a lot of countries would like the United States to come in, help them. At the same time, we got to ask ourselves this question. The largest population of Iranians outside of Iran is in the United States. That's a pretty huge gift to Iran. Between 600,000 to 1.5 million people from Iran live in the United States. Total population outside of Iran, 4 million people. 4 million Iranians live outside of Iran. The last we all checked, over 90 million people still live there. The regime that they had and currently have has been under 47 years of reign. I just want you guys to understand. We did not, at any time, want to change. I like what Ben said earlier. You guys got to listen. We know the objectives of America. We do not want, I'll land on this guy, we do not want the regime or the Iranian people get a nuclear weapon. Okay? That's the only thing. And I wish that we would all just realize that was the objective. Why? Because they have been a tyrant for the Middle East and all those countries around them. And one of our biggest allies, which is Israel, whether you guys don't know that. Being an ally means that you have an agreement with another country. So I just want everybody to realize this from an American viewpoint. Our president is supposed to protect the American people. To me, that's what he's doing. Number two, I think that we should want to protect. That's why Israel has an Iron Dome. And I land on that.
Thank you, Edward. Good submission. Ben, you're up. Ben Parks.
Yeah, again, I've said it from the beginning of this room, or since I've been in this room, I'll continue to say it, that the United States had 4 objectives going into this conflict, and it's not to say that the United States didn't have other things that it wanted to achieve as well, but there were 4 main objectives laid out here. As Mr. Edwards so eloquently said a lot of what I was going to say anyways, that the United States has overlapping objectives with her allies, and that's fine. Sometimes the United States and Israel agree on things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out 4 military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, the United States doesn't have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the military objectives laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying this out, I think this is important, why I keep laying out the military objectives of Donald Trump as stated on March 2nd, why I keep stating that is because this is what the American people are signing on to. This is what the people who supported Donald Trump sign on to, in the sense of this is what Donald Trump is saying, look, I'm not going above and beyond this. Once these are accomplished, this is when we get to say that this war is done. And obviously, nobody outside of a few quote-unquote neocons wants a massive overhaul and 100,000 troops on the ground and a giant military incursion like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody really, save for a very, very few minority of people, certainly not this administration, and certainly not the vast majority of voters for this administration, want a giant, huge Afghanistan, Iraq-style troops on the ground thing. That's why I keep going back to these objectives. Destroying their capabilities, their missile-making capabilities, that's number 1. Annihilating their Navy, number 2. Ensuring that they can't be the world sponsor of terror is number 3, and making sure that they can never achieve a nuclear weapon. So to all of the Iranians that join these rooms and speak passionately, my heart goes out to you. It genuinely does. It really, really, really does. But those are the 4 objectives of this administration. Anything else is a bonus. Yes, again, of course the United States has an interest in that. And Shiva made another point earlier about them getting a civilian nuclear program. The United States has been offering Iran a civilian nuclear program for many, many years at this point, and basically said, you guys don't need to enrich any uranium. We'll give you the uranium so that you guys can have your own civilian nuclear program. But that's not what they want. They don't want civilian. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't bury their nuclear material hundreds and hundreds of feet underground. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't continue to escalate their enrichment of uranium far past civilian levels. And this is what this regime has continued to do over and over and over again. Iran has shouted death to America since the inception of this current regime in the 1970s. Like, anybody who thinks that if they had a nuclear bomb, that they wouldn't either use it or threaten to use it is out of their minds. Of course they would. So, again, the United States has had four very, very basic, we hear on these rooms all the time, oh, well, if the regime doesn't fall, is this really mission accomplished? Again, the Trump administration, not only Donald Trump, but also J.D. Vance on March 2nd, Marco Rubio on March 2nd, United States Command Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said this on March 3rd. Marco Rubio on March 3rd. Pete Hegseth, March 4th. Dan Kane, March 4th. Like, again, I could keep going down the list of this keeps getting restated and restated and restated. More objective.
Thank you, Ben.
No, that's literally, I thought it was funny that I was
yeah, okay. Mello, you got it. You didn't want to interrupt there.
Restating the objectives. My God. Okay, we get it. To the Iranian people, you've been had once again, just like the Venezuelan people. You know, they made you guys get out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the IRGC. You guys, just like those Cubans who were saying, vote for Trump, I love Donald Trump. And then they booted their ass out the country once he got in office. You've been had. Oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. The Iranian people, they're being murdered by the thousands. We must get over there for a regime change. We have to do this war. Now they're scaling back. Now it was never their objective. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump don't run shit. America don't run shit. Israel running this motherfucking shit. And it's all about prophecy. They're not like you lukewarm Christians. They believe that shit in the Talmud verbatim. Everything is holy. Everything is about God. They're not lukewarm like you. Going to church on Sunday, then going to movies and sinning all week. They really believe this shit. This is a holy war. And with the Balfour Declaration in Great Britain, they knew they had to put their Caucasian ancestors, the Ashkenazis, on the throne. That's why Balfour sent the letter to Lord Rothschild. And they've done it. Now you have the most egotistical man in the history of the United States. What does he want? He wants to be a friend of the Jews. Why? That sets you up for life. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They said, yeah, we coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil. And they're going to try and do their best to make sure they're not a threat to Israel. That's the whole game here. I finish.
All right. That was the end of the queue, so the floor is open.
Okay.
Shoot it.
Yes. To respond to this person that's just nice talking, we don't need the people to try for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens for the other things. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself, Iranian people. You can only understand. First of all. The second thing is that we are in
situation, not because of the people. This is because of the other countries. And first of all, because of the Democrats in the United States, because of the supporting that they got it from Biden and other Obama, and all are responsible for this situation for Iranian people in this country. Then if you said that you are not responsible for the Iranian people, then the other countries shouldn't be responsible for the Islamic regime to support them. Whenever they start supporting them, they gain enough power. And for 47 years, they gain enough power because of the supporting outside Iran. And then now it's the responsibility of all people around the world to finish and end this terrorism. And this is not the there are some terrorists that are living in one part of the world, and this is the other country's responsibility to end them. And as an example for you guys, that's only talking about your country. That's respectful. For 47 years, none of those countries accept to introduce the IRGC as terrorists. And after Trump's attempting and trying and showing that now is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And then I want to add this, we don't have any other country support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with the Islamic regime because the Islamic regime don't care about the people. And they have, the other country have a lot of benefits to regime. By the chance, in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this war, and we appreciate it, and we want to end it. And this is, guys, if there is a revolution, there was a revolution for these 7 years ago in Iran, again, it was not due to Iranian people, it's thing of Carter, first of all, and the other country, Ireland, please, only read the history. It's very easy. There are a lot of documents. You can only read. And now the Islamic regime is supported by Russia and by China. And that's all said. Please don't separate yourself. You are people. And then you cannot say, it's very easy to say that, okay, this is what is it. Later, if the Islamic regime got enough power, you cannot say this is what is it. This is not only our responsibility to be against all countries or other governments that supporting Islamic regime.
She said she supported Trump's war. I don't think you understand support. Right. Like you when I said I was tweeting this, I was thinking so well when I'm done you can go. There's no queue, it's popcorn. But I just wanted to say, like in Carter, but everyone except Iranians who led the most popular revolution we've seen in modern times in 1979. I mean, I don't know who's telling you history about what happened. I get you guys don't like the revolution now, but at the time in '79, it was very popular. And today you're saying, yeah, they're friends with Iran, they're Russia, they're friends with China. Okay, and go fix your country, go overthrow your regime. Trump weakened the fuck out of the regime. He bombed the shit out of them. He fucked them up, left, right, and center. Now you guys can go and finish the job. That's what you want.
Peter, I want to choke you to death, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck out of, you guys are blaming Trump, and now you're blaming America and saying it's all
I never blame Trump because he person in our history. I encourage him, and Iranian people also support him. I never.
He's gonna bomb you to the stony back, to the stony.
Yes. But we don't want the negotiation with Iran. Islamic regime, we don't like the negotiation.
Are you fine with that? I don't understand the logic. Set our nationality to move.
No, neither. You guys take charge. I mean,
Should I answer my nationality to these assholes who make fun of
Peter, how about answer my question?
No, I take my patriotism out of conspiracy. That's
I still don't understand. 94 million people. You guys hate this government so big, or not? They're weak.
If other country didn't support the Islamic regime, for 47 years, okay, when everything is done, you couldn't.
What are you talking? You're crazy.
Okay, hold on.
Take your country back.
Okay, hold on. Shiva, when we're all talking, I'm missing a lot of things here. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Shiva, are you aware? Hold on. Wow. So Shiva, could you, or are you aware of the objective of the conflict that the U.S. and Israel have against Iran? Do you know if they've achieved those objectives?
not yet.
No. Your name's not Shiva.
I know. They started this war because of finishing the nuclear energy in Iran. I know it. But
That's right.
my point is that, this is my regime. I know. I was living in Iran 30 years. Then I know Islamic regime better than anyone else that's in this room. Because
Okay, Shiva, hold on.
Don't think
I understand. Excuse me, please.
you are interrupting yourself.
No, I'm not interrupting. Excuse me. Could you do me a favor, please? Just mute. Please. Okay, so Shiva,
I'm moving down.
all right, thanks, Anthony. Come on. So Shiva, I understand that you know all of Iran better than all of us. I'm telling you that since March 2nd, we have an objective. Number one, to make sure that Iran never get a nuclear weapon. The second thing that we wanted to do was destroy their navy, which we did. Also, to hit. We did not do that.
no, not yet. It's not completed. Okay.
Hold on, Shiva. How many ships was in the Iranian Navy, and how many of them right now in the bottom of the ocean? It's a very good question.
Okay, I'm not about the amount. Okay, I agree that now in the south of Iran, now the USA, fortunately, USA could surrender Iran and could open the whole.
No. Shiva, hold on. Sorry. Shiva, hold on. Shiva, I want to have a back and forth, but I want to make sure we're answering the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say again. Do you know, before the conflict started, on March 2nd, before the conflict started, how many ships were in the Iranian Navy?
No.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Because you said you know the regime better than all of us. You know this. I need to be aware that you're speaking from a place of understanding, not just a place of emotion. I got it. Because you listen, if it wasn't America, I'd be just like you, but I'm going to come with some information. Also, you need to Marines is no longer in their Air Force. These were what were the three countries? Hold on. What were the three countries which is our objective that Iran would no longer support in reference to their proxy? These are terrorist proxies. Do you know the three countries?
Okay, I know that. Now, okay, I know that. Now, sorry, can I respond? I know that this Islamic regime now is in the weakest point. Okay, I know it. Could you please now take a look at the reference that I sent to you now? But you need to know what's going on during the ceasefire now in Iran, and what's going on in Iran just now. Take a look at it and take a look at the comments. The Islamic, for 47 years, the Islamic regime shows that it's not trusted one. Whenever, okay, you can say that, okay, we try to stop the nuclear energy, but it's not. It's not happening at all. And I promise that, I swear to God, never it happened. You can say in the war, but in the reality, it's not happening at all. It happened only whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said. You can believe me or not, but I know the Islamic regime better than you. Okay, you are trying to say that, convince me that now you hit a lot of equipment in Iran. I agree. I don't deny it. But the thing is that the truth is that now, in the reality, the Islamic regime will get enough power to continue nuclear energy. That's all said. This is my point. They are liar and they are killer. And if you consider these 2 points, later, whenever they got enough power again, they will continue this again. And they will be the big danger for the United States as well. And also you said that it's done. The objective of the United States is done. I said that no, it's not done. It's done whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all it said.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, dude, excuse me. No, you have the answer. I'm sure you're the only one who
I don't have any answer. Stop it.
No. You have the answer. Believe me, you have the answer. I want to ask you this. Why United States? This my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't want a regime change in Iran in his way. So why U.S. drop nuclear bomb in Japan?
Why don't you allow someone else to speak? You've been on the mic a lot.
My bad.
Okay, no problem. So, first of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to stay focused on one country that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay? So, I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective of the United States government going into this conflict was to make sure that there would be a regime change on the ground in Iran. Can anybody give me that document? That was the objective of the United States military, to go into Iran and to make sure that the Iranian people, after the regime was removed, that the United States would set up some regime. Because everything Sheba, everything Sheba said, that inside of Iran, after everything's been done, the objective has not been completed. And I'm saying that was never the United States objective, not the military objective. Okay? We have that clearly written down, and our 4 objectives have been accomplished based on what they set out to do. So I don't know why.
Edward, you're very erudite, but you're not succinct. You made your point, but you keep going on and on.
I'm sorry, one second. Edward, I'm sorry. I just want, it's kind of to you, Edward. I just want to respond to something you said. Listen, you guys. I really, really, really want to be clear.
Iran, we would have gotten a far better deal. We wouldn't be there right now. We wouldn't be risking blood and treasure. All of this other stuff wouldn't even be a thing if Barack had done that. Here we are, though. There's no time machine. We can't get in, Back to the Future and all of that bullshit. There's no time machine for us to go and fix the problem. Yo, Donald Trump is playing the cards that he was dealt to the absolute best of any human being's ability. Any human being's ability. If someone told you that we have the potential of resolving this conflict with as little blood and treasure as we've spent in Iran, and come out with a favorable outcome, we would have lined up and thanked our lucky stars for this outcome. We would all have gotten in line for this shit. I understand that there's some people that hate. Okay, cool.
Anthony, are you done speaking? Because I don't want to interrupt the moderator, but I have not yet spoken and he's talking.
Anthony, don't finish.
Edwin, whoever your name is, you have been on the mic a lot. I want to get
No. Hold on. I have been on the mic. You're correct, but not a lot. But thank you, because he did stop me because he's a mod, and I know how to yield to the mod. Okay?
So, Anthony, as mod, who do you want to speak now, Anthony?
Once a lot interrupted Edward. How about Edward goes and you go right after?
Thank you, Anthony. So, Anthony, no, I wanted to say that our main objective was to stop them from nuclear weaponry. That was the number one thing, right? You and I both agree that, to my knowledge, I'm 62. There's only one president in the history of America that has gotten this accomplished, right? So I'm grateful for that. So you and I are on the same page, okay? The biggest thing I say, Anthony, and you, like you said, there's a lot of things that get done at the same time. One of the things I would say, the objectives that we have outside of just stopping them from the nuclear opportunity is the terrorist proxies and also destroying their Navy and their Air Force. And I land there. Thank you for letting me respond.
So, Anthony, you're correct that ending the nuclear Iran was the most important objective, but let's all be honest. In an ideal world, it would be in the best interest of America if the IRGC was all dead and there was a new government. That would be the ideal. Now, the reason why we can't have that, it's not President Trump's fault we can't have that. It's the fault of Americans that are sabotaging President Trump that we can have it. You have the entire, if you want to go to any Groyper room, any Nick Fuentes room, any Tucker Carlson room, they're denouncing Trump for the war. At the same time, the leftists, the progressives, the people that hate him, they're also denouncing Trump. Trump is getting attacked by losers on his left and his right. The truth of the matter is, if this goes before Congress and the Senate, and there's whether to continue the war or settle for modest goals, he just can't get the vote. And that's not criticism of the president. That's an economic reality. The economic reality is you have to look your fellow Americans, and I say this to you, Anthony, you have to look your fellow Americans in the eye, your fellow Americans who are leftists who hate this fucking country, and your fellow Americans who are groypers who also are sabotaging. The groypers and the leftist scum have teamed up to fuck Trump up the ass, and they have allowed Trump to only get limited objectives. It's 80%, but it's not 100%, and I think you're man enough to admit that, and I'm fucking...
Dude, those fucking groyper assholes.
Go ahead, sir. I guess I would say Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But Wenzel, I'm cool with what we've accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Absolutely.
I would say it is. I think the same thing we saw happen that they thought they had, they no longer have. So I'm pretty sure they've been a day.
The problem was coming. There's no question the Iranians knew that they were going to be squeezed to the table to negotiate or figure something else out. Whatever they had going on was not going to work in the long term. There's just no way.
They thought China was going to rescue them, Matt.
Well, possibly too. A bunch of other players probably
none of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, that were saying China's going to submarine track in our carrier fleet. China's going to attack. We're going to have World War III if America attacks Iran. They won't do it because China will attack. Yeah, well, fuck those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who has their back. You notice that?
Yeah.
The America, UK didn't show up. None of these other
Exactly.
didn't come. And Trump been calling them out. Now we know their true colors, and we're out going to circle back around and take care of that too. By the way.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Well, why would they show up, though? Why would they show up?
Why would they?
They're allies. It's their shipping lane too. Like
You go and pick a fight without consulting them.
What are you talking
Where
about?
did you consult them though?
Nigga, I said, come on, you better bring your ass.
Why would you expect them? Why would you expect them to come bail you out? Why?
Alright, well, I tell you what, I'm finna take my money and I'm going home. Y'all figure it out of y'all. But clearly y'all can't do it or nothing.
What kind of people turn their back on fellow friends or allies like that?
Because they're not about to go to war for Israel.
Well, that's a different story.
Shout out to Israel. At least Israel willing to
At
fight.
least show up for a
They
little
have
bit.
to fight.
Bella, you at least show up for a little bit of the game.
Well,
I
think they showed up a little bit by letting America use some of their bases, right?
Wait, sorry, I can't even hear you, Matt. Go ahead.
I said they didn't even show up on the field. Who does that?
Like the guy said.
And we don't need them, but at this point,
You didn't even
Listen, guys, man, just real quick, Othello. Man, I want to be clear about something. I go into a bar with Totem Pole, all right? Totem Pole gets a little inebriated, and he's with some guy's wife's behind.
That's a good one.
He's dead wrong. I'm going to fight with Totem Pole.
Yes, sir.
Motherfucking in that bar.
100%.
Every motherfucking episode.
Yes, sir.
When we get out the bar, I'm going to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again.
That's
But
not what
Totem Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch.
And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get hit with a bottle. Who are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page, and they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option. Now, Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration and putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, we're going to send the missile catchers, right, to Israel. We're going to send that and help. So Britain showed up a little bit, but you still have infighting within the European nations on who to fuck with. And Spain does not fuck with Israel at all. Italy needs. And you know what? Spain is also funding the USA demise. So Othello, if we in the club, same example that Anthony gave. If I see a nigga finna sneak you, what you think I'm finna do? Knock him out. Taiwan did the smartest thing it could do. When that prime minister went on there and shook Xi's hand, they said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace. In the end. Not Israel and not the U.S. And not Spain. Not Spain. That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind it. What did Joseph Kent say? Joseph Kent was in all the damn meetings. Brother, you just admitted that Spain. Okay, my bad. I love this dialogue. Joseph Kent said that Trump couldn't even give them the names of who they were negotiating with, because if it got back to Israel, Israel would bomb the people. Okay? So they got their own fucking agendas. How dare any American in here say what Israel's agendas are? You don't even know. All these Goyim conspiracy theories, I'm tired of this shit. Okay? Trump wants to do enough not to put boots on the ground, but at the same time wants to be able to say, I was a friend of Israel in the end. I did enough. I can't go all the way, but I did enough. Okay, this is Israel's fucking war. Period.
Othello, here's what's up, bro. We don't disagree. But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, Othello, whoever's off the mic, can you please mute up? My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. Othello, there was points when we had divergent agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 to our NATO allies. They are useless. They are complete hapless, useless, and feckless. Fuck them. Alright? And they have been exposed. And you know who like NATO was scared of? All of those European Union friggin' taxis, they're scared of Russia. They're terrified. They're terrified. And the only thing that was keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw our support. Watch and see. What happened? What happened when Trump came into office the first term? He said, you guys aren't contributing your fair share to NATO. He called them on the carpet. He called them out. It's over with. That's over with. We're not fucking with them like that anymore. They have been exposed. Thank God.
Can I just say something? So I've been listening for a while, and I don't even know where to start. I think Edward Lynn at some point said that regime change was never an objective. Well, that's just not true, right? Like, there's literally several tweets by Trump that you can go and look yourself where regime change is mentioned explicitly. And I guess, Anthony, here's a more accurate analogy of what totem pole. If totem pole went into the bar and tried to rape 6 different women, would you still be fighting along with totem pole? And then totem pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's tried to rape 6 different women, people are kind of, attacking him or fighting him, and can you send your son and your daughter and your cousins to fight on behalf of them? Would you still fight with totem pole? Because that's more of an accurate analogy.
Jokes aside, right? Let's just call totem pole Mr. X. Let's not put that on his name. All right? Cool. We'll move forward from there. Now, I'm trying to understand who in your analogy is Mr. X is. Are you saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you talking about?
Listen, use totem pole as an analogy of you.
No, I'm not trying to use totem pole as an analogy for rape. I'm not trying to really make it.
No. You asked the question and you answered.
Just let you know, we don't want his name.
Exactly.
No, I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy you use. I'm not saying I don't know totem pole, obviously. I'm not suggesting totem pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you used, whereby you said his totem pole is a kind of replacement for Israel, and you give it up
for the purposes of this conversation. Let's move forward. It's not a big deal, because I don't want to get bogged down with this.
You're answering the question.
I'm asking you in your analogy, who is Mr. X, the rapist? Who is he? That's what
Mr. X. So you, in your initial analogy, my understanding was that you were saying you, the USA, and Mr. X is Israel, and even if Mr. X is in the wrong, you will stand by Mr. X and fight alongside Mr. X, right?
Just go with the example.
I'm saying at some point, there is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point, you have to say, hang on, should Mr. X be doing this, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point do I say, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
To be honest with you,
and I need to control Mr. X.
It's true. To be honest with you, 100% correct. There is behavior that's going to cross a line for me that I will not be able to support. You're 100% correct. But I would also have to call into question, right? Like,
literal videos of rape. But we can start there if you want to speak about in the literal sense. But aside from that, I think at some point you're going to say, well, if a country is waging war on 6 different fronts, is occupying territory, is building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept in.
Hey, Truth, I can't hear you, brother, if you're talking. We lost your Truth.
They got him.
Yeah, they got him.
So,
They ain't doing nothing.
So and just really quick, man. Hopefully he comes back, but in the meanwhile, I just want to address what he's been saying. Members of various countries' militaries have committed atrocities throughout the history of time. This is undeniable. I don't think that the actions of those dishonorable people reflects the ideas of the entire country. Not at all. I don't recall seeing anything where the IDF was raping people, but even if I took him at his word, I don't think that the state, Israel, supports that behavior. You guys can have your own feelings on that. I don't think so. All right? That's addressing that specific point. Now, Anthony, can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now, brother. Go ahead.
So obviously it's not the entirety of the country, that's just ridiculous, but you do have government, the access to basic necessities should be controlled in places like Gaza, for instance, or that, they're fighting Amalek and therefore they need to destroy the whole entire population. I mean, there's literally enough evidence.
Truth, we keep losing you, bro.
Let me just tell you one thing that in that rape case for the IDF, a judge dropped those charges. So we all saw the video, and an Israeli judge dropped those charges still in the IDF rape case.
Okay, so Othello, you're bringing information to the fore that I'm not aware of. If you'd be so kind as to drop a link, if you took that time, as a matter of fact, you don't have to because I am going to go look it up. It's not your job to drop the link. I'm happy to go look it up. If you can save me the headache of looking it up, great. If we'll look it up because I'm interested. But thank you for bringing that information bringing it out.
What does the IDF stand for again?
I want to say one thing. What is it?
Defense Force.
It's the Israeli army. Basically, I don't know what the B stands for.
Israel Defense Force.
ID.
I thought it said B, like big.
Okay. All right. I want to say one thing in regards. I hope
It's all good. Just let him land.
I believe, you know what I'm saying? I'm a land right here. I believe Trump was compromised, and he is a transformer. I land.
You do know how
I just want to point this out. I would like you guys to go, and I haven't went and looked at it myself. I'm willing to bet, though, that Letitia James' judgment was overturned. All right, so this idea was. Okay, cool. All right, boom. So that's one thing. This idea, right, that the president of the United States would come so cheap. That dog won't hunt. Here's the thing, right? You got people that are going to co-sign what Totem just said, right? They're going to agree with him. And in the next breath, they're going to say that Israel and the United States had separate agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense. Because it's either we had divergent agendas or Trump is a puppy, whatever, to Netanyahu.
Yeah, but
It's one or the other. It's not going to be both. And clearly, I'm going to pass it to you, Mount. Clearly. All right, Mount, you know what? You got it. I'll go after.
I just wanted to say, man, like, I don't know why we're allowing this guy to sit here and lie. Like, you said he was down with the terrorists. This guy, man, has been shitting on Trump for ever since I've been on this app, which is now over 2 years. So he must have just recently changed his tune. But don't believe him, folks. He's a liar. He is not like this man since before the election. He's been shitting on Trump. Everything he can find.
To be fair, Mountain, to be fair, right? We're not like the other spaces where people can't just express themselves freely. We're not just going to yell people down.
I'm just saying that he's just lying, though. But I'm just saying this guy's dishonest.
So, Mountain, this is what we do, right? We contradict it with facts. If he's lying, we show where he's lying. It was simple for me to say, I didn't even go look it up. I believe that judgment was overturned. It was simple for me to say that. It's not really a hard thing, Mountain. I don't want us to stifle communication. I don't want us to just not be able to hash it out. It's cool. We agree to disagree.
Anthony, we don't want to dissolve into the other spaces like Anthony's saying. We literally can't have any discussion anymore. It's completely ridiculous. And Anthony's completely right. The best way to counter anybody's, in your opinion, stupidity is to let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward because
it's
true.
Already
know what Black Totem is all about. So a lot of people do. We're all just sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay, man. We get you. We know what's going on. You know.
Anthony, I'm just gonna say, like, if someone's full of shit, though, I mean, I'll call them out after. I don't care. Like, they're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then fucking now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump for the get-go.
But you kind of were getting in front of them too much. You know what I mean? But you get it. You know, we're
Anthony, I want to focus on your initial question when you said make the dog hunt about Israel and the U.S.'s agenda, right? So I'm pulling up an article, and they say in the recent days, cracks have started to appear between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, particularly over energy and leadership targets. On one side, Trump appears to be interested in the Venezuelan model in Iran, which is predicated on aligning with the pragmatic regime insider and accessing vast oil reserves and resources. On the other side, Netanyahu seems to prefer a mowing the grass method that weakens Iran and continues the conflict. Both approaches are at odds with each other, especially as Israel increasingly intends to dictate the terms of the war. Now watch this. As far as Israel's agenda, contrary to Netanyahu has consistently communicated that the subjective of the conflict is regime change. Now, we just spent the last hour talking about how the U.S. doesn't want regime change and doesn't want to. It's not our job to rescue the Iranian people. Wait, Adele, right? Adele, hold on. He just said make the dog. He just said make that dog bark.
Right.
Am I doing it?
Right. Wait, are
regime change at all. There was nobody that said that was like the objective, but if it does happen, well, more power to us. I'm not following what you're talking about.
Well, you need to follow because
Othello, just 1 second. I don't want to say Othello. I want to hand it right back to you, Othello. I don't want this to be a misunderstanding.
Let me respond to Matt. Israel said that their core tenet, their core agenda is regime change. America, just like you, Matt, says that if it happens, cool. We take them, right? We just want to get the oil, baby. We want to get this money. But we're at odds with Israel because they're like, no, regime change, which continues.
This is really important, Othello. This is really important. We have an opportunity right now to learn from each other. According to Totem Pole's thesis, they have compromised. Donald Trump is compromised. That was the basis of his thesis. The information you are presenting contradicts, which was my point. If Donald Trump is constant, he's not going to be able to publicly disagree with Netanyahu. He's not going to say stuff like Israel keeps on killing the leadership. We can't find anybody to negotiate with. He's not going to say stuff like that. That is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, furthermore, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say that we've been arguing for the last however long against regime change, that's
what threw me off. I didn't know I never heard that one before.
They've been saying that it wasn't one of our core tenets, like one of our core agendas, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is Israel's main goal.
Okay, that's Israel's. Why can't we separate the two?
Okay, you can, but if we're in direct alignment with them as far as like
we don't have to be. We don't have to be. We can both. We all can do our same thing, but still be on this.
You know what I mean? We have to pull up. Period.
Listen. I'll stipulate this to you. Sorry. If you want to go after me,
you're good.
If Netanyahu came to Trump, like somehow this is on tape. For all we know, there's probably going to be some tapes that come out. The way that people leak on Trump is incredible, which is another subject we need to talk about. But if Bibi came to Trump and was like, okay, yo, like I need you to like do X, Y, and Z for me, and Trump's like, well, I really don't want to do that, and then Bibi's like, okay, well, that's too bad. This is what I'm gonna do. Blah blah blah. Like there's some kind of compromise or hostage taking, so to speak. Then maybe I'll be with you, Othello. Like I'd be like, that's fucked up. You know, Israel's got to answer for that. Like you get that part right. Like we're not here to say Israel's perfect, but we also want to have the goods. You know what I mean? Like all these like conspiracy theories. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just looking at what they said, what Netanyahu has laid out in his agenda, right? And I'm saying that okay, we know that his agenda is not our agenda, but as Americans, we need to know what the fuck their agenda is and what we're getting into. So I'm not mad at anybody in this room, right? I'm just offering another side to it because we're focused on the American side. But you have to understand that that is our ally, and we are there as long as, you know, they want to continue this, and they want to continue this shit.
I don't think we don't know their agenda. I don't know that part either. I'm a little confused on that. I think we do know their agenda, and
is the one that has orchestrated. Like Trump is the captain. Like I think Trump is the one that's been calling all the shots, and Netanyahu is willing to take on any allyship from the United States. So they're willing to agree with Trump, you know, to whatever degree that is. But I think that Trump is running the show, and everyone just wants to blame it on Israel and Netanyahu because their own personal vendettas. But I really think that we got this.
Okay.
And I think it is America first.
You actually
Because it goes to
onto something. And that's actually thinking Trump is actually the person that is stopping Israel from going wild. I don't know if you heard me say that before. I think there's a check on Israel. Trump is a check on Israel in that way. I don't know if anybody's ever thought about it like that. I just want to throw that in there with everything you're doing. You can have your agenda. You can do. We got your back on some things, but we're not we got two agendas going on at different times.
Right. Well, I have to agree with you, Matt, because the international community is by and large against Israel. Israel needs America, so they can't just do what they want. They cannot just do what they want. They have to have America's backing for a lot of
things. Do what God wants.
Yes, that's true.
Obviously, that's what America wants. You don't do what God wants.
Well, that's obviously the ultimate thing, though.
But that can't be true though, because they would have did it before Trump. So I get your point. I think you're looking for conflict where there is none.
Well, this is the thing.
Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Ann said personal vendettas. Okay, why do we have a personal vendetta? Why can't we just listen to Joseph Kent, who was in the meetings and literally told us? Hold on, Matt. He literally told us that Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they were in talks with because Israel would go involved in that. Now that's crazy.
I agree with that, but that if you remove it from the government and you bring it down to a personal level, I'm pretty sure you got friends that if you got into a fight and you wanted to go back and do some damage, you got friends that I can't tell them to do what they willing to do. I can't. Everybody got them type of people around them, so that don't surprise me. And then when you look at where Israel is geographically in all of this stuff, if I was from Israel or I was a part of the nation of Israel, I would want them wiped off the map as well. Let's go ahead and get this shit over with.
It's going red with them right now.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. They got this belief system and we got ours. They trying to colonize us and we ain't going for that shit. We finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
Yeah, and it's like Matt said, we do need to circle back because it kind of makes us look not weak, but I'm just saying if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull up, obviously, he wants some other backing. And he says that this is,
he's doing that to make sure that our allies will do it, and he was just exposing it.
No, I think he would like them there.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. It's one of those things I'm going to expose these guys for being the chumps that they are, but if they do show up, sure, why not use them? It's kind of one of both,
Well, he wanted us to look unified because his whole thing is it's PR. He wants us to look unified to the Russians and the Chinas, but it shows chinks in our armor when we're not unified with our European partners. I'm gonna put it that way, and I know you guys can agree. But when I look at China, man, they're making chess moves. You know what I mean? With the Taiwan thing, they want to present themselves to the world as a level-headed force. You know what I mean? And not belligerent. And the only thing I'm worried about with Trump, he's looked like belligerent pigs. You know what I mean? Like that deserve to be, swung on. Like we're just out of control. And I'm saying that he needs to move with a little bit more tact. And so when I look at just from chess and just like a PR thing, which Israel bought TikTok so that people can start to love them again, because it's all PR war, right? I'm looking at China and they looking very wise in their movements.
Fellow bro, I'm really disappointed.
So
I implore you to really do some research into what's going on in China. I implore you, go and see what happened to the top generals in China in the last couple of months, who didn't support, what some of the rules that she was making. But listen, man. I'm gonna use a movie reference to something that we've been talking about. When Michael went to that restaurant, and they were talking about negotiating some kind of
want to do because they want to address the situation. We all have friends like that. Here's what's up, man. As far as China looking like some kind of statesman and, reasonable force in the world, it's bullshit. And China, for all the saber rattling, for all of the building up of their military that they've done, Taiwan is across the street from China. The United States is half a world away from Taiwan. Why hasn't China run up in Taiwan yet? Why haven't they? Why?
Because Joe Biden's no longer president and they never get their ass kicked.
Because they are scared. They're shook ones, shook ones. They are scared. That's why they haven't run up there. And the other thing is, what do you think happens to the chip factory if China was to try to run up in Taiwan? That shit would be rubble overnight. We are not giving China the chip factory, which is the only reason they want Taiwan. So listen, man, you guys, you can worry about whatever you want to worry about. God bless you. But we see what's going on outside.
So, did you see the recent?
Well, I'll go after you.
Did you see the recent? Okay, I'm sorry, Toto. I'm just asking one question, Anthony. Did you see the recent? Photo of Taiwan's Prime Minister and Xi?
I didn't see it. Okay. Context, please.
Go do some research on that because they just made amends. So that's the big thing that happened this past week. China and Taiwan just shook hands on a grand stage. So the board is changing, and I implore you to do some research on that. And that's why I'm saying,
Well, what does that mean? What does it mean?
That's why I'm saying they looking. Go look at that photo. It was the photo of her seen in the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
They can become allies till the time. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. If that
Here's a Reuters link. I'm posting a Reuters link.
if that avoids World War III, I have no problem with this. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come onshore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion. They're talking about, or billions, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here. Also, employment and training for the people here. So over the next 10 years, the chips will be over here. But there's another piece to it. The Chinese and the Taiwanese are first cousins. So this is like family fighting. You understand? And that's the same as the Ukrainians and the Russians. These guys are related to each other. That's one. Two, China, in my lifetime, has never been in a confrontation. But you know what they've been doing? They've been building bombs ever since the beginning. They've been building weapons. They've been stockpiling. You know what we're doing here in America? It takes 1 year to make 200 Tomahawk missiles. 1 year to make 200. We dropped 400 missiles in 3 days. Right? And so we're not stockpiling our weapons. We don't have an ever-ending supply of this shit. It has to be made. Right? And so China's been sitting back, stockpiling shit. That's the same way Iran has got all those goddamn drones. They've been sitting back, stocking up shit. While every fucking year of my life for the last 52 years, the United States has been in some type of a confrontation. It's a forever war mindset with these Anglo-Saxon, arrogant whites. They love to fight for no reason.
was a ragtag group of guys in sandals and AK-47s, and look how that turned out, right? The Taliban of Afghanistan now. But if this argument, that China hasn't done shit in Taiwan because they're scared, it's a joke. I mean, maybe there's another reason. That's Totem, and I completely agree with Totem. Maybe it's because they're respecting the natural law, as that structure of mind as well. And we can point to some other evidence. So, for instance, Russia right now has invaded Ukraine. Did the USA engage in direct?
True, if you keep going out, I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Drops out more than anything I've ever seen.
You must be in China.
Yeah.
Well, I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia, and if the USA is not willing to engage with Russia in direct warfare, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect, between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just childish. Like, it's not going to happen. No one's going to come to check, quote unquote, as you said. Everyone knows a lot better than to do that. I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement between the USA and China. And not because China is quote scared, but because it doesn't make sense for anyone. No one wins that.
So, would it be safe to say, because we know that's not the U.S. standpoint, the U.S. is like, if we got to get it done, then let's go ahead and get this shit over with. And it seems like Israel got the same perspective. Shout out to Israel. Let's go ahead and take these gloves off. Let's get this shit over with. If China's gun shy, don't you think that can be leveraged?
Are they gun shy or are they wise?
Oh, because to shoot a gun, you gotta have some bullets. If you don't got no goddamn bullets, what does it matter how big the shit is? If you don't have any ammunition, you can have all the fucking guns in the world. You don't got no damn bullets. You gotta stay cool and stack up your weapons and your stockpile of bullets. You don't got enough bombs. You don't got enough ammo to fight nobody. And everybody is starting to see that. I don't give a damn how big your missiles are or how smooth your planes. No artillery to go in these weapons. It takes a process to build these ammunition. It costs and it takes. You know how much it costs us to make these bombs? It costs billions of dollars to make these weapons. They're using. I'm being serious. You won't get health care here in this country. You're not getting a decent wage in this country. We got more oil than what we can do with, but we're still paying $7 a gallon in California. What? Make it make sense. You know why? Because they're spending all the money on making weapons that they shoot out every other year. They're not stockpiling this shit. And you know what China's doing? They got a smile on their face and soy sauce on their lips and chopsticks in their mouth. And they're sitting and waiting.
Not the soy sauce.
Right there with soy sauce dripping from their lips with a smile on their face and a futon watching all of this shit play out.
All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Weapons. But I'm going to just tell you one thing. As long as you Anglo-Saxons have a thirst for war, you never advance in this society.
All right.
It's not an Anglo-Saxon thing. It's an American protection.
Sandra, how you doing? You just came up on stage.
Wow, how are you guys doing?
Are you stages that are the opposite view of this?
Yes, I am. I just what I was talking about.
All right, I gotta commend you. You're one of the very few that ever come this way. So I'll give you any kind of grace and room to do what you need to do. In fact, I don't even have to have anybody respond to you. If you just want to make a statement and leave, that's cool.
Oh no, I just came to see what you guys were talking about. I came in here and then I was brought up and I was just like, okay, they must be pretty cool. I just want to see what's happening. I don't have a problem with anybody. And there's a lot of people in here that I know, so it's cool.
That's right. Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
That was the same one from what house I'm talking about, but yeah. So you have no thoughts on anything that's been said, or just kind of like?
I've only been in here like 3 minutes, so yeah, I just want to check it out. But I mean, I don't have beef with anybody, so.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you're. I mean, oh, Anthony, think it over. Yeah, if you know her better than I do, I don't know. Anthony?
No, I'm cool.
I've been in many a stage with Sandra. We don't typically agree, but I'm happy she's in here. I'm happy, she's willing to come and exchange ideas and listen. And it's impressive. God bless her.
Yeah, well, Anthony, I given my command, or I don't know what you call them, the rules of engagement from the other houses, that if you want me on their stage, you have to come on mine. So there's been this ongoing battle with a bunch of people about that, and then I'm like, well, you guys just show up over on mine, it's fine, and I'll get 1 or 2 that will show up, or they're actually in the goo mostly. So I'm like, okay, and then when one does show up, it's like I'll clear the way, it's the way it goes. So
I've been on these stages for over 6 years. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I have an issue with somebody, I just leave that room. But I mean, everybody it all makes sense until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along, but we don't agree on the same things, but we're still friends. We both follow each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well,
it's okay.
I gave you more balls than literally most of the men over there. No offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where was over there?
Well, you know the places now. Come on, I don't know if you're playing now.
Oh, no. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but if
I'm
you
not going to mention it because it does get out or whatever. But you know the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention those specific. It really doesn't. It's counterproductive. Honestly, I'm just saying it to you.
That's fine. It's perfectly understandable. We don't have to discuss it, but I appreciate your use of the term Anglo-Saxon thirst for war. That's a new one for me. And I don't disagree.
I know, that's interesting. Because I was thinking the same thing, Alan. That alone could be a room. You know what I mean? You really break that down. That's a fascinating way of looking at it. Because, if we do go to war, like white, Saxon people do, we do drag everybody with us. So go ahead, Alan. Continue.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I used to get a lot of heat in certain rooms because I acknowledged it. I mean, when you look at the last at least 100 years, the number of world wars us white people have started and engaged with. I mean, we've killed at least over 100 million of our own in these wars. Easy. And when I say white people, I am using the traditional distinctions of race. So there was the white race, there was the black race, and the Asian race. Now the Asians, I mean, they were amateurs. Now, under Mao Zedong, he killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget, there was another program, they killed another 20 million. So they're up to about 40. But yeah, when it comes to white people, by far, we've gone at it farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the planet. And I say that as to say, maybe those other people should take note of that and don't fuck with us. Because if we'll just be glad we're only focused on ourselves, and every once in a while we commit a few genocides here and there of other racial groups, but by far the people that we exterminate and war with is ourselves. And just stand clear, we'll be fine, and try not to get caught in the crossfire. So totem pole, completely agree. And that's my very, very, very dark view of that.
All in this room, I consider all to be clubhouse friends, if not friends, acquaintances. And I see you in rooms all the time, and I'm in your room all the time. So much so that I think I'm top 5% on the app. And so the app told me by giving me a badge that I'm important in any room I'm in. So I come into these rooms and I communicate with my Anglo-Saxon friends. But the reality of it is, in my lifetime, in the 52 years that I've been on this planet, I've never seen you not have 2 consistent years without a war going on. And like I say, this type of a mindset, when you bring in technology, right? It's one thing to have all the information in a book, and you say, we'll keep the books in the library. It's another thing to upload all the information into the cloud and put it in your hand on a cell phone and say, here's your own smartphone, and all of our history, all of our information, and everything we know is right here at the palm of your hand. And then you expect people not to look at you a little different, Anglo-Saxons? Well, wait a minute. Now, I don't have to do much to do any history. I don't have to have a library card to do history on you folks. And so now people are starting to side-eye your movements a little different. Because we have these smartphones, and this AI, and this Google, and all this stuff makes you even more arrogant. Because you say, I could give you fools all the information and history on us, and we still will be on top. And I don't think that's the way it's going to be with the technology. I think people are starting to look at you a little different, and people are starting to see, wait a minute, you fools just like to fight. But there's something that happens to a fool that likes to fight all the time. There's only 2 things that can happen to him. Either he's going to be put in jail, or he'll be put in a box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it, and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, more people are aware of the history. More people are looking sideways at all of this and saying, what the hell? I think, but I think what's true now and what was true 100 and 200 and 1,000 and 2,000 years ago is all of these 4 wars, they're always fought over resources. Now, you spoke about China earlier. Yeah, China's not sitting there smiling. China's sweating bullets because they get all of their oil from Iran. Well, they got it. If I understood or am remembering correctly, they were getting some from Venezuela, and they were getting a good portion from Iran. And initially, what I heard, they were the ones who told Iran, look, go to the peace table, agree to the ceasefire, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to get the oil we need from you, and then we're in trouble. So you better deal with the Americans. So no,
100%, by the way, Alan. 100%.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and you know, when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, you know, Western European culture, we had to fight over resources. Resources were scarce. The surviving in Western Europe over the past 10,000 years in that environment required then the people that came from Africa, or the people that came from Asia, or the people that came from the Middle East. It is just the way it is. And you have to fight. You're starving, your families in your village and the women and your children are starving, and some guy in the village, you know, one village over, they're living it up, and your women and children are looking at you saying, you know, we're hungry, we don't care. Yeah, you pick up some rocks and you go over there and you start hitting them on the head and you steal their food. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what it boils down to, and that's where it comes from. So, you know, I don't know what else to say except that, and I'll land with this: in today's world, we are still fighting over resources, and now it happens on a global scale. We're fighting. You know, they blew up in the Ukraine war. They blew up the Marine 2 pipeline. That was the pipeline that transited oil from Russia to Western Europe. And Russia was making $1 billion a day from that pipeline. Well, you know, Western United States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling the oil. We want Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, bye-bye Nord Stream 2. And, you know, for the time being, now Russia's shipping it to India, and India's shipping it to Europe. So they're still making money on it. But eventually, that will change, and now those other countries will get it. Is it right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that. But it's done, and that's the kinds of games they play. And that's the kinds of games we need, because, gas price, guess what? They're making a deal. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Trump played them. He won. And now gas prices are going down.
Okay, and don't just put it all on white people. They are some murderous people, Arabs too. So are we lumping Arabs in with white people, because those are some killing, warmongering, enslaving, conquering people too. They went all the way up into the Caucasus Mountains trying to spread Islam. They went all the way into Europe. They went all the way through North Africa. So you know what I mean? We're not just all that side.
Otello, yes, I know, but Totem Pole was focusing on white people. That's why they limited it to that.
I think it's a fake designation, white people. I can't think of a people who haven't had a history of murder, war, and killing. I don't know of any people that are free of that. People from the continent of
before you came in, the distinction we made. White people have by far outdone every other racial group.
I mean, if you just look at
more advanced weapons, not because of a lack of desire on other people's part.
Well, if you just look at King Leopold, we part of it.
Yeah, he's one gabillionth of white people.
Yeah, but and look, he took out. Oh, listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know and I don't know, but he is responsible for some. Definitely a bad guy.
I think we can speak a little bit on things. I mean, that's Alan, right? I agree. I mean, we did drag and kill quite a few people on our way to where we needed to go. So I mean, it's not like.
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not.
No, I don't deny it. I just say don't fight it. You know what I mean? Like we can agree on all these things.
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I agree with that. To say, well, it was just one person. He doesn't represent all. Talking in extreme generalities here, and I think it's for the purpose of this conversation. I understand you don't want to do it, Norm, and that's fine. I get it.
I think it's scientifically dishonest. Like, I don't even believe in this idea of white people. Like, you think an Armenian person is the same as a Greek person, is the same as a Portuguese person, is the same as a Norwegian person, is the same as an Australian? No, these are all different people.
No,
or a French person.
Yeah, because
the Australians British.
Because clearly the Armenians are better. But that aside,
absolutely,
that's true.
That's
semantics a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We don't
have to belabor the point. I mean, when this conversation started, I pointed out, in World War I and World War II, I mean, the death toll. Russia had a death toll of, all said and done, of like 50 million by the end of World War II.
They sent their own people to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's. And I said, in Mao Zedong, there was the Great Leap Forward killed 20 million, and then something else was 20 million. So
the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah. But I mean, by comparison, Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah, Pol Pot too. How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say.
3 million. Come on.
That's not rookie. You're saying those are child numbers over there?
I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry. I agree.
High standards.
But it's interesting because even the Khmer Rouge, they sprung up because of the bombs that were dropped during the Vietnam War. So
no, that's not accurate at all. There was a communist movement. He was educated at the Sorbonne in Paris, like many of these fake revolutionaries like Ho Chi Minh. The Khmer Rouge existed before we bombed the supply lines to the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, but you guys we bombed a lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
I don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were being slick. We weren't trying to bomb farmers. We were trying to beat the North Vietnamese.
We just happened to. We bombed a lot of farmers.
I have to see more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge, right?
They tried to flee the Khmer Rouge. They was massacred by the Khmer Rouge. People didn't think they were brutal murderers.
Not the lay people. No,
Yes, the lay people.
Hold on. The Khmer Rouge, they killed a lot of people, but the most people that they killed were the artists, were the business people, and the intellectuals.
They killed whoever wasn't down with communism. I don't know if how you want to kill intellectuals.
They focused on the artists.
They did
artists,
forced marriages. There were not 3 million artists in Cambodia, bro. There were 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on
Cambodia. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting and good film.
Yeah, even the prime minister was a director and actor. So, they were a hub for the arts, but also, Western influence. There was a lot of Western influence. But we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, what does Western influence mean to you?
Just like, the music, the dress, and that's why
Is that something you're against?
No. Well, I'm not even saying it on that level. I'm telling you why the communists even hyper-focused on that area.
Communism is a Western ideology.
Okay.
That's a Western influence.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumentalized as a way of attacking the West. It's a suicidal ideology.
With my friends here on stage, I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles that were coming up when I was probably in middle school, and we know they were from extraterrestrial. There was no way that they were making these signs and symbols, geometric symbols, in the ground on crops. And I remember that some of the mathematical scientists started to get together and decipher some of the messages that were being sent through the aliens that were coming down and beaming these crops. And one night, and then the next night, you wake up and you have these geometrical signs on the ground. And when they started to decipher, the only thing they kept coming up with when they started putting the mathematic universal numbers together was be at peace, stop war, stop fighting. This is the message that the aliens were giving to the planet, right? So the Anglo-Saxon has had a number of years, and I would say power over the earth. They've been in existence, we know. You guys go back at least 6,000 years. We go back to the beginning of the planet. When I say we, I'm talking about melanated people, right? So with the existence of you on the planet and in power, the only thing that you've done is precipitate war. But the reality of it is the whole universe knows about it because we've had visitors from other planets come and tell us, be at peace. Now these people are these beings we know can go.
What planet are you talking about?
Excuse me, hold on.
Well, I'm not serious. What language do you mean?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. These beings can come from the sky and go right into the. Hold on, excuse me. I just like the land. I know it hurts when you hear me. But please, take a minute. Okay, so the reality of it is this. And I know you don't like it because you're being irritable right now.
No, I love it.
But hear this Anglo-Saxon here. Hear it, Anglo, and listen to it good. They have asked you to be at peace. Their technology is beyond any Earth technology. They won't even share the technology with you. And the only thing you've been able to do is reverse engineer down aircraft. You could have been receiving direct technology. Some of the problems we've had could have probably been fixed. But you're warmongering people.
What planet do you mean?
I'll stick my totem pole.
Well, why don't they speak to the guys like you then? Why don't they just talk to you? Hello? What language are the crop circles in? When you said mathematical scientists, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now, it's interesting. I didn't know he was going to go down this route. But, when we watched the documentary Disclosure, Marco Rubio was in there, as well as some other people. This is definitely, this is not totally far-fetched.
The documentary Disclosure. It's called Disclosure?
Yes, and Marco Rubio, as well as...
When did
think last year.
Okay. And what did it disclose? What did Marco Rubio say?
Man, it's a lot, but basically, what he just said, we've been reverse engineering.
Marco Rubio said that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
Did you see the documentary?
I'm asking you what Marco Rubio said.
Okay, so
did Marco Rubio say that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
No, but they did greenlight a lot of the other things that he said. I think he's mixing like different things that he had learned.
Okay, what did Marco Rubio say? Because he said basically what the other guy said, but now he said he didn't say that. So I'm just curious.
He more so greenlight that there are orbs and UAPs and unidentified objects that are a national security threat. Documentary is called Disclosure. Everybody should go see it.
So he didn't say that there were aliens from other planets telling us to be at peace like this guy just said, did he? He didn't say that, did he?
Man, you know what? Some were saying that they were already here and they're underneath the ocean.
No, I'm saying, what did Marco Rubio say? He said that they were...
Yeah, I'm surprised Rubio put himself out there like he did. I didn't think he would do that.
What did he say?
He just intimated that that aliens are real. I don't remember any specifics.
Intimated it?
Yeah.
Okay, how did he intimate it?
Why don't you go watch it and find out?
Well, you're the one making the claim. I mean, you saw it. I mean, if you remember, if you don't remember, just say, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot that we're still in the dark about, right?
Okay.
At the same time, like Beaver said, for him to put himself out there in the documentary, agreeing with the general agenda of the documentary.
What's the general agenda?
That there are UAPs, orbs, on the planet that are
unidentified.
Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon is what they call them, Norm.
Right, but he doesn't say that there are aliens. He just doesn't unidentified.
Him specifically,
what they're saying is the propulsion technology that these UAPs have, the way they're able to slow down, move fast, and they've been doing this since like the 60s. A lot of it, yeah, it's unexplained pretty much.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely could have been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, kind of tracking, vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. I mean, to me, the implication is that it's China.
The nuclear they've been able to turn it on and off. It's been documented that any time it was turned off, they didn't do it. And the orb,
What about the street, though, bro? You know the street.
Yeah, I just want to land. The orbs have been turning these nuclear facilities off because they want peace. They want the
When was the nuclear facility turned off? When was the nuclear facility turned off?
not the whole premise is that it's aliens.
Have you seen the documentary?
I'm asking you.
Have you seen it?
I'm asking you.
And they said,
You've seen it, right?
I'm trying to
You've seen it. Too bad the Ayatollah didn't get the memo.
look it up.
Yeah.
They saying,
Did you look it up?
and they don't want to commute with them. They don't want to deal with us because
How would you know that?
war.
How would you know that?
Because the crop circles said it.
Really? In what language? Hello? What language were the crop circles in? How would you know what they're saying? Huh? I was in mathematics. But they were numbered.
Our universities decided them.
And what language did they find that they were?
If I could add a quick comment.
So, I'm not for you.
You don't know? And why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think you asked what did Mark Rubio say? Here is something Mark Rubio said.
I
He said
quoted
the
him.
USA
He said
attacked
they were
Israel.
I quoted him. We know already what he said. It's in the chat, in case you don't know.
Can we do
We're talking about aliens.
Did you play the piano, Alan?
Yeah, he was playing Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Can we just do
Thank
one
you.
minute? A 1 minute intermission, please. Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
You want me to?
Yeah, please carry on. 30 seconds.
I nobody heard it. I just know the thing.
That's it. Thank you. Carry on. Keep fighting.
Of the world.
Anybody really gets into it. The reality of it is, mathematics, we know is universal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count just like any other being in the universe can count. And so that is a universal language.
10-9-11, 10-9-9, Rabboni Shalom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
And I'll just say this.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, that's right. And even they had 12 candles. We can all count. All right, so here's the reality of it. The mathematical codes and equations were the same not only in Europe, they were the same in America, they were the same in Australia. Everywhere they found crop circles, the same message. Be at peace. Stop war. This is the type of shit that they've been saying. And they've been flying over the nuclear facilities, like I just said, turning these goddamn things off because they don't want you to destroy the planet because they're sharing the planet with us in a submersible.
Wait, there's an alien force going into farms and pushing down the crops to teach us peace? That's prophetic. Jesus.
Hey, I didn't come up with the shit. I just read it. I didn't make it up. It's not my motherfucking thoughts. It's in your own internet.
I think if they wanted to scare Earthlings, I think they would do it more upfront. I don't think they do it in crop circle. But
I was actually at a crop circle, and I actually felt peace when I was in the crop circle personally. But there were other people that were upset the crops were destroyed, and they weren't able to sell the crops. And I said, no, this is that's international outer space aliens declaring peace. You have to look at it positively with a positive attitude.
Hey, I didn't make it up. You made it up. It's your internet. Go to your own internet. Don't ask me. I'm just a phone user. But the evidence is there.
Really, where is the evidence?
You
see one, take a picture, change your PTR, and we will meditate on peace.
Oh yeah, they didn't say that since I'm a little kid. I'm 52 years old, but I'm telling you,
Right.
They figured out the motherfucking mathematics. Not me. I was in fucking middle school.
No more. I put the Othello said the YouTube link that I put in the chat. Yeah, you see that?
Okay, for those of you who are interested, there's a long-time group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F. And it's been a group that's advocated, discussed UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. If you're interested, look them up.
It was actually interesting in crop circles and international peace that he too believes that there are alien powers out there that the government is covering up. But I think it's just the military-industrial complex playing games, psyop games with the public, so we keep funding them at 1.2 trillion a year.
No, Norm, are you there? Yeah. Are you saying you do not believe in aliens? I was trying to figure out where you're going with what you were saying.
I'm just interested in the evidence. I don't believe things, I just look at evidence.
Well, if we look at the evidence of just the solar system in general, I mean, for sure there's more intelligent life than us.
You can't say for sure. I mean, it's
for
you
sure.
can say it's likely. You can say it's likely.
Okay.
Speaking of this, out of all the millions of solar systems, I get it. And there's planets like this. Yes, I get it.
And especially further because we're at the edge of the galaxy. I mean, think about what's at the center of it. You know what I mean? I just would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the fucking ocean. They're oceanary.
Calm down. You need to calm down before you give yourself a heart attack over aliens.
Here's the reality. It's not up to me to educate you on what the fuck is going on the planet.
You have a psychological problem, bro. You need to calm down, bro. Seriously. You need to calm down.
Back to the poll. Do you know you're yelling? I don't know. Maybe you don't know.
No, poor guy. He's angry about something.
No, he probably doesn't know because sometimes when you're driving, it's hard to talk. But yeah.
Let me talk lower. I'll talk like this. Can you hear me like this?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah,
you guys, can you hear me? You can hear me this way?
Crop circles, you should be picking cotton.
Oh, okay.
Feeling the fucking crop.
Come on, bro.
It's too early.
This is the nature. And this is the nature. This is the nature.
We can't filter out white trash through the app, brother.
Hey, well, the reality of it is,
clearly everybody's off their bikes.
Is there a rule here that we're not supposed to?
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Everybody's off their bikes.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles, California, sir.
Oh, what's your ethnicity?
Their background is Syrian and Greek.
Oh, that's why you look like a child molester. I was just wondering.
Oh, that's why you're a coward behind a fake PTR and you wouldn't say that to my face, so come on now, bro. You should have seen what I did to Nazis like you were down in jail, bro. I used to throw you guys on the tier on a 2000 tier. It was like cardio.
No, you fucking savage. No, in Greece, they were fucking raping boys, and in Syria, they've been slaughtering each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, white trash, what we used to do to you in the LA County jail was so fun.
What used to be in the LA County jail being what? The Armenians fluffers? What the fuck is
being against the European over Nazis like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. You didn't do shit. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you Nazis couldn't walk the Yeah, of course it is.
And who are they fucking aligned with, you fucking retard?
But before the Southerners gave you a pot of vision, bro, you motherfuckers were dictating shit.
No, that's bullshit.
You brought off the Mexicans, you brought off the Lion.
Where did your fat other ass end up having a role in?
Victimize you. We victimize
you. Shit, because you're an other. You're an other. You don't have a crew. You're the smallest group in the fucking...
I'm against the Crip. I'm with the blacks.
Yeah, right. Shut the fucking dick
out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here. Poser bitch. 3 times more than fuck Nazis, nigga. Just like that. Fuck Nazis.
Fuck your fat ass up so easily, you fucking retard. You don't even know you're talking
Los
shit.
Angeles. Fuck Nazis.
I would smack the fucking fat off of your face, bitch. You wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it. Shut the fuck up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now. Drop out.
Okay, go. Drive your fat ass around Los Angeles. Like, I give a shit. You want a fucking medal?
White trash. Fuck white boys, nigga. Fuck Nazis. Fuck white boys.
Yeah, this white boy would smack the shit out of you, make you cry. Shut the fuck up.
Please, you'll be running back to the Mexicans begging for
and what would you do about it? How would you stop me? You couldn't. Literally, you could not stop me if I wanted to.
I'll whoop your ass. How
would you do that? How? With what skills?
With my skills, bitch. With my fist, bitch. White trash.
Oh, you think you can beat me with your fist? That's cute.
For sure I can.
How many amateur pro fights have you been in?
For sure, I will destroy you.
Okay, based on what? Based on what?
Just your lack of masculinity.
I'm pretty sure I have a lot more fights than you. Like, legal fights
than you.
Yeah, I know, you fucking retard. Quit acting like a tough guy online. It's stupid.
You are a fascist.
You're not a fucking creep. You're a fucking faker. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Fuck white boys, bro. Fuck white trash. What
you gotta do? Fuck white boys all you want. I don't give a fuck.
Fuck white trash. Shut up.
You're just mad because you were getting your ass plowed by the fucking ones on the yard.
Fuck white trash.
You didn't county time anyway. That ain't shit.
I smash woods, nigga. I smash the wood pile.
No, you wouldn't.
Bro.
The others would never. You're an other. You would never touch a fucking white. Shut the fuck up.
Black too strong.
You're not. Data would not let you know all of that, you fucking dumbass.
Check the PTR, white trash. No say so. Fuck out of here. You're a bitch. Fuck white boy. Shut up. Your parents were siblings, white trash. Your parents were siblings. Come on, go ahead, bitch. I'm not hiding in front of anything. Fuck white boys. Swear what I said. Fuck white trash. Yeah, nigga, fuck Nazis. Hitler was a faggot just like you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck the wood pile. Fuck NLR. Fuck P9. Fuck all of that. I'm all Aryan killer. That's what I am, bro.
No, you're not. You fucking
all Aryan killer. All Aryan killer, bro.
Dude, even the blacks and the northerners don't talk like that. You fucking
white boys. Nigga, fuck white boys.
Can you run your mouth? Can you save the white girls, please, Riley?
Fuck Nazis. That's all I gotta say. Fuck the woods and fuck the wood pile. Fuck AB. Fuck all that bullshit. You couldn't even walk a main on.
You would never say this in prison.
I've been in what I'm fucking talking about. I've been in 3 fucking riots in the county behind him.
Oh, you got county time.
Fuck out of here.
Oh, you got county time, you fat fucking.
I want to see you on 2004 for 3 years. I want to see you in Wayside in the gladiator school, bro. Please get the fuck out of here. You woods are base heads, all of you. All of you are in there for crystal and breaking into cars and dumb shit.
Fucking wannabe black piece of shit. Suck
out of here. Fuck white boys. Fuck white boys. You remember what I said?
Beautiful, white, intelligent, white girls do not claim any type of Nazi. We do not claim them. We do not claim them.
That nigga claims it, so fuck that. I'm an Aryan killer.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fuck that nigga. So just like that. Right here. I'm right here.
Being like a crib, you roll the cribs?
I roll with Rabbi.
Wow. Moving crib. Fuck this nigga. This is a bitch. Fuck my train.
We got that cigar inspired. Took you out of drug deals, Beamer, and you willing to try.
That's why I'm nice. That's why I'm not.
Why do they have to be drug deals? Why do they have to be drug deals, you racist?
Damn, who's the rapist?
White trash.
So how does a little Syrian wigger like you end up and why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious.
Too black, too strong, bro. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're not black. Literally, it's not in your DNA. You fucking poser. It's pathetic. Like, why would you hate? No, I understand. If I was a dirty fucking sand
bastard like you, just a dirty fucking piece of shit like you from a dirty fucking shithole part of the world, and then you end up talking, then you want to hang out with black people and act like you're a gangster and all that stuff. But you know that it's funny though, because you do know that you would never disrespect any Southerner or white that in the fucking county jail or prison. You would never do that.
I didn't talk about a Southerner. I'm talking about you coward ass white trash.
You didn't tell me the AB, they're pussies, they would let your fat ass talk shit to them? You know they wouldn't.
The ABs couldn't even walk the main line until they...
Oh, you're so fucking stupid.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all were always...
They literally controlled the fucking state system for decades, you moron.
You just, back in the day, you just had some racist ass white CEOs bring you in drugs. That was it. Nothing on the yard. Until you linked up with that.
I'm not an AB. I'm not a skinhead. I'm fucking talking about me.
Shut the fuck up then, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you fat fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, man. I know to speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking hood rat. And you're white. You fucking fat fuck. Worthless fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the metropolitan of Central.
Oh, so in other words, you're a faker. In other words, you fake it. That's what you do.
I'm versatile, motherfucker.
Oh, you're versatile.
Yes, sir.
You know, your father speaks like this. Why do you want to sound versatile?
Walla, consume it for but walla.
Yeah, I don't speak that garbage.
Yeah, all that, nigga. Fuck white boys.
No, fuck you, fat fuck.
Fuck white trash, nigga. It looks like I see.
You know what's really funny though is white trash was literally killing your fucking family in Syria. Literally, white boys, middle class white boys are going to Syria and putting bullets in the heads of people who look like you, only less well fed.
Shut up, white trash.
Shut up, fat ass.
Shut up, Aryan bitch. Shut up.
You're just a dartboard for black dick. That's all you are. Right around your butthole.
Like I said, fuck Nazis and fuck you.
You fucking fart out. Every time you fart, you put chlamydia in the air. You got it in the air so many times, you dirty bitch.
Every time we catch you, motherfucker, that's why we put your ass and we take the razor blades and put it on a broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do.
Bullshit. You fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up,
bro. I was known for that. I was known for taking the moving Chris.
Here's some bullshit.
Hey, Bebo, I want you to try to guess what we was talking about before we got here.
I make the mighty white trash.
We were talking about aliens.
Make the mighty white trash, bro. Shut up. You're a bitch, bro. You're not even a man. You can't even show me your face on your bitch.
Aliens to prison, y'all.
I'm behind your ass.
I have my face on here a million fucking times. The fuck you talking about?
Shut up, white trash. Shut up.
But you got sunglasses on and all your fucking photos too. You fat
I don't know where. I am who I am. I'll give you a little.
Yeah, and you're fat. Well, show your face, bitch. You're hiding behind sunglasses.
My face right there.
If your sunglasses means you're hiding your face, then maybe you should take a picture of your sunglasses.
Maybe if you were such an inbred white trash, you could see.
You're so inbred. My parents are not inbred. They didn't give birth to somebody who grew up to be a fat fucking wigger. Yeah, amazing.
You're white trash.
Fat fucking wigger. That's all you are.
No, low class white trash from the fucking bottlenecks of the United States cannot get through London Heathrow. They don't let you in England.
Oh, really? What is
trash? No,
Oh, okay.
They will turn your ass.
You know who they won't let in? Apparently you're a criminal, so you probably wouldn't be allowed in. But I, on the other hand, can go in.
Actually, I just came back with my flats in Central London, broke motherfucker.
No, you didn't.
Hey, did you guys, Pepe, Rami, did you hear, I guess the 11th scientist that was part of that anti-gravity thing has been found dead?
Yeah, amazing. Yes, because this fat motherfucker sat on him.
I'm telling you, man. Those people, man, they had a hard job. Not like growing up in the trailer park with his mom and pops and siblings, you know.
Wait, so why do you think they're killing these scientists, though?
I don't know. They should kill Pepe and his parents.
Stop chillism. I would love for you to spend maybe a couple of years in chillism. I think you're really going to do great there in the Gladiators.
One thing I do know is I'm an American, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my country, proud of my president, proud of the world and the petrodollar, and I'm proud of and I grew up here in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're from Boston. Amazing. That's where my family's from. That is cool.
Oh, you're liberal white trash. Oh,
Liberal. I'm not liberal.
Did you have to leave
First I'm a pepperwood, then I'm liberal. Oh my god.
You're not liberal peckerwoods for sure. You're not a shitload of liberal with peckerwoods. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you got bullied. It's fine.
What you think the surfers were in Venice Beach? They weren't no real white leaders. They were cowards. All you white boys were cowards.
We're cowards? Oh, so you would go running. So wait, how old are you? How old are you, tough guy? Hey, tough guy, how old are you? Like what decade? Like what decade?
I'll give it to the northern
I think they're cousins.
Are you like in your 40s? Are you in your 40s?
I'm 41. I'm 41.
Okay, so you telling me that like the white boys and the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
The majority of them were not factors whatsoever. Not factors for decades. They were strung off drugs. That was their downfall because they were crystal heads. They came from money. They had a little bit of organization, but that shit went out the window when that crystal came. And then you got to be tied with Laeme. Whatever the Serenios.
No, I'm talking about in Boston. Southie.
It's different. No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you would talk shit to those white boys.
I wouldn't want to talk shit to those white boys. Why would I? What is an Irishman? I have no quarrel with him.
But he's a white boy.
I'm an Irishman. Yeah, I don't like
even in Revere. I like some of those areas. I don't think you want to talk shit to them.
I don't talk shit to a Catholic Protestant white boy. He's an American. God bless him. But you Nazi motherfucker.
Oh, I'm a Catholic white boy, you dum dum.
No, but you're a Nazi though. You're a neo-Nazi.
How am I a neo-Nazi? Wow.
For sure you are.
Oh, how? How do you know that?
Because you took such offense when I started disrespecting Aryan brotherhood and peckerwood. So it's like I hurt your family line when I said that.
No, you think it's funny? I think that's marketing. That's like me saying I went into the Hells Angels clubhouse and I started beating all of them up. And then I'm the Hells Angels killer. It's just so it is so stupid and like so out of this world and like dumb. I'm not gonna take it seriously.
You're a racist, inbred, lefty, white trash piece of shit.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, that's all.
And I'm racist. Amazing. I like that combo.
For sure.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Free healthcare for all, but not for the niggers. Amazing.
So if you should lefty white trash, bro, it's disgusting. The bottom pit of American.
Yep, that's exactly, yes. As I'm a lefty, I want you, but I'm racist.
Usually I'm the only one here making fun, Pepe, and thank you for letting me take the day off. God bless you, Robert. Sorry about all your trouble in prison, but I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, no problem, sir. I think you were the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a fucking turd.
Shabbos, thank you, Robbie. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu asher kedeshanu b'tzivanu b'havik asher sheva b'nei pri.
All right, well, I got some beastly for you. You want to pull up?
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, and I've been trying to, cut the pounds.
There you go. Shaming works.
Begonias and TRBMO?
I've been trying to, Rabbit. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have an eye on you probably just get your cardio.
Yeah, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way to lose weight. If you've never been to the gym and sweated your fat ass off, well, that's why you're a big fat.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to do more of that as we speak, man. Less fat asses. But I've been skiing all winter, so I've been getting good exercise. So I did like 33 days of skiing, so that has helped. My legs are built like good, but I gotta get the upper body trimmed up so I can fit into some of these old shirts I got.
Also a shiny.
Say again.
Imagine being a fat ass community.
Sorry, though. I'm kind of plugged right now. Not exactly.
No, but you're fat. FAT.
So are you, Mikkel.
Listen,
what you need is a bitch flag.
Blood work.
And what you need is a bitch flag.
Blood work.
That's completely fine. That's completely fine. I probably listen. This is the reason I probably do this a lot more. Like the fuck, like don't be sitting on the app like you're something like you're family.
Stay away from the kids, you piece of shit. Just understand that. Stay away from the kids. We don't need you around what you learn. You're evil. Why is the Lord's name? The Lord's name.
Why is you so mad? That's what we want to know. We want to know why you're looking at the demon, bitch.
In the Lord's name, amen.
It's like everybody's
Not today. Says he needed. I think we're all acquainted now.
yeah, everybody's getting along well tonight.
I do think Rabbi is correct. Like the only reason I wanted abortion was so black women would abort their baby.
Us blacks don't want nothing from you either, but don't fucking bother us either. We don't, just leave us the fuck alone.
What we trying?
I want every black to vote. I wish every black voter would vote Republican in the next election. They'd have the party under their fingertips in 2 years. I swear to God.
Trying to sound like we need to separate.
White boys will still be stealing all of our music and style and trying to be cute.
No, I mean everybody's got style in America. And, of course, the
white boys can't dance. Is there any white boy on the stage that can dance?
Depends on the kind of dance.
Any dance, just rhythm, period.
They have rhythm, but if you're talking about like dancing to percussion in particular, as opposed to like just like a four beat per bar pattern or something like that. Yeah, I'd be blind. They like look what they do in Africa. Like you always see them using percussion drums in every one of these little tribes is dancing to it.
Look at some of these old Soul Train videos.
Oh my God.
Back in the day, bro.
The 70s. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. When Tina Marie was performing when she first came up, you know how many like white girls and white folks dancing? I'm telling you, just all depends. You just got to be in the right pot of seasoning, and it works out for everyone. I mean, come on. I mean, if we look at Europe, I think that they had big style with music. I mean, like ABBA, Queen, fucking, the Beatles, all that stuff, man. I mean, come on.
You can't say white people can't dance when Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo dancing in breaking. Come on.
I mean, let's John Travolta too, bro. I mean, come on. Are we going to forget Saturday Night Fever? I mean, come on.
No, not Sunday. No, literally Van Damme in breaking.
I agree. I know the movie. I know it very well. You are right. You are 100% right about that. For sure.
So did you guys find out that you were cousin?
Y'all gonna let him get away with this? He went from the Orange County jail straight up to Bel Air in a second. Like, this is fucking, like, you are so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack, Lord. You're so fucking, come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch. Come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch.
Who are you? I wasn't even arguing with you. Who are you? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Stop being so extra. You're a female. Being a woman's
Yeah, they call me Big Adams. You don't want to fuck with me, bro. They call me Big Adams. Yeah. I'm paying with you, motherfucker.
Okay, so you West Boulevard?
Just tell them stuff that's not in LA County that's in LA County. Be like, this is
are you from West Boulevard? Because you said you're from Adams. Are you from West Boulevard, like the set? You're talking to me like you're a gang member. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's not hi. What is it called?
Okay.
High post. It's not about, listen, we don't need to be advancing anybody. Okay, but the point is that when you have rhythm, there is a particular place inside of the brain and the soul and the spirit, okay, that allows you to connect deeply with earth and vibrations and rhythms. Okay, so it's ancient wisdom is like what I'm talking about, okay?
Would you say it's a spiritual thing?
Yes, it is. Right, because the earth gives its structure, and then despite everything that we see, right? All of the, what is it called?
I think you're overcomplicating it. Like black people.
If you look at the most intricate drum patterns. Look at the most intricate drum patterns. Like for example, if you listen to Latin American music, where like there's a level of the fuck do you call it, syncopation that happens, like how they're I don't want to like go on about it, but if you listen to Latin American music, that's pretty much African drum pattern influence. If you look at a lot of shit,
Sure.
they just have, I think, like, it could be that it's just like, it is even part of their DNA now. It's even, for who knows.
I mean, that's why when you talk about that kind of music, that's why I love old Brazilian music from like the 60s and 70s. I can't get enough of it. Like, I have acknowledging all that percussion that you're talking about, it did come from African customs, for sure. And the Portuguese went all over Africa, took what they found.
Yeah.
Sure. But I like how she was trying to describe it, though, man. She was really artistic with it. I like that.
There's something deep about it. We do a lot of African drumming here, like there's African drumming classes and stuff. And I don't know, if you can't get into that and you can't feel that, I don't trust you as a human. You're something else. You're maybe soulless or something.
No, I went to like a drum circle like you're talking about. They used to do stuff like that in Lamar Park a lot, like here in Los Angeles. So I used to go to Lamar Park. They used to do a lot of that stuff, and I was sitting around. It's very nice. It's very peaceful. It's very nice.
It's very connected. There's so much deep, infinite wisdom in it, and the ability to connect and just actually flow with the earth and each other and vibration. It's a beautiful thing. It's also incredibly, there's like ecstasy. Like you don't need drugs. You don't need to escape. It's just, that is the escape, the connection. It's a beautiful thing.
I love music myself, so I agree with you. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Rabbi, in your bio, a lot is two words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure.
Fine. I am totally that spelling and grammar police. I am, but I.
Okay. I can write very well too, so.
I went to college and I make that mistake all the time.
I mean, okay.
Dude, I'm
still learning.
autocorrect is making everybody a worse speller. I really think so.
Not me.
I find that autocorrect also misspells too.
It does.
Oftentimes.
Yeah, I find that a lot, at least with Android systems. It's horrible.
We're not bad spellers. The English were just so weak.
No, I know they are.
You people who tried to make it hard for everyone.
Just remember your mother's a demon, but
You have to go so much. Get big and not get defined. That's pretty great.
And your mother's a big, fat, jawless, cocksucking animal.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those. Both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to.
Yeah.
They used to be able to handle women and children and provide and not.
Then women became a bunch of stupid sluts.
I have a daughter, she's the most amazing, most beautiful. Are you shooting blanks?
I was.
Oh no, I'm not. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting tired of these protesters. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask them a question.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm going to. Excuse me. Why y'all not over here protesting for black women? Excuse me, y'all should be protesting for
this country is a sin. It's a sin on sin on sin. It's disgusting.
God doesn't exist. I mean, well, technically, maybe not anymore.
Well, theory doesn't. Well, hopefully there could be a solution where they demilitarize Hamas and they let the Saudis come in and sponsor a cooperating government there in peace with Israel, because that's the only way it's going to happen for Palestine to have a real freedom.
I just want peace, like.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
What happened to Bob Marley, the One Love, Peace?
You're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you are 100% right. But unfortunately, the world has very hot blood right now, sir. I agree, though. I agree.
I think we need we need more, just a little bit more marijuana given out to everybody. Let's all just relax a little bit. We'll get Trump to do something,
Some gummies, but
Gavin Newsom becomes the president, the Democrats will force project, even though Newsom will go to war overseas, they will still project him as being the solution or the truth because it aids their feelings. What the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so delusional. They think it's in the trillions. There are other things. They believe in abortions at scale. They want more abortions. They want to fund abortions even more. They want abortion buses. They want abortions everywhere. They also want trans men dressing up as women everywhere. They want as many gay people as possible. They are so delusional, so psychotic, so sociologically deranged, and so backwards that there is no way after Donald Trump, America ever slides back into that type of mold. That mold is mentally ill, destructive to the country, it's suicidal to the country, and in many ways, there will be a cultural or a real Civil War revolution. If men dress up as women in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, there's going to be a catastrophe. There's going to be a cataclysm because that type of behavior will be force projected onto the population. And we, in my opinion, I won't tolerate it. I'll never live in America. I'll leave the country if there's no resistance. But that type of mentally ill, deranged communication projection to the population, it's suicidal and it's retarded. Hello?
I hear you.
What's that, Ben? I think Ben was
I said, don't let the door keep you while you live in the country.
Well, let's hope he finds happiness and finds, a better America so he doesn't have to leave, How about that? Let's hope he can stay.
I think it's the big culture wars like this.
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy that Democrats want to criticize international regime change while a Democrat doesn't. But they're more concerned about propaganda. All legal aliens are great. The great for society. Oh, the Republicans they love the illegal aliens. It's all a lie. It's all a lie.
If they cared, look, Alistair, if they cared about the Latinos, right, they wouldn't use them as like voting slaves. That's what they do to them, right? You look at how many trillions of dollars that the elite left has in California. From technological, I'm talking about from Silicon Valley to even farm industry that they own, agriculture, just all types of technology, even fuel. They have trillions. That's why they bought up most of the elite properties in Hawaii to keep the property rates up, and keep the property hot. They gentrify everything they touch. So at the same time, right, if they really were for the Latinos, if they really love the Latinos, my thing is since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people. They let them in and say, we're a sanctuary city, come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport your parents. And it's the same psychological, traumatic kind of like sick political game they play over there. And then they lock them up by the thousands Hispanics do it. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday American trying to.
And we have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis.
Yeah.
Democrats are Marxist communist socialists. The way to expand the currency and to inflate it more, we are now paying $100 billion a month. $100 billion a month in interest. The top 10 recipients of our VIG, and it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it, and he knows how to run a war at a good price.
How much of the debt today Trump accumulated? Isn't it 27% of the debt? America's debt was all under Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money. You know the problem is it's this stupid culture wars that you guys always that's why GOP is in support today. Like if you look at the last 29 elections, it swung in favor of the Democrats. The Hispanics that you guys keep talking about, yeah, they tasted a little bit of the GOP, a little bit of Donald Trump. What are they doing now? Every one of them is running away from the GOP, running back to the United States, making this it's like, how many years ago? I don't know.
I disagree.
Oh, yeah.
I disagree.
That's why you guys elections. Tell me one election you've flipped since Trump became president. Tell me one. And I can tell
Not many. Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar. And that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that you, don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. If we get that economy booming, if we get that economy booming, we get peace. We get peace between Al Saud and Tel Aviv, and then we have a greater peace going throughout the Middle East. Not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have an assimilating ecosystem, we can do a lot, and that's what he's doing. He's protecting our petrodollar. Because at the end of the day, they invest in the U.S. economy. They trust the dollar because what? It's not backed up by gold anymore. What really backs up that dollar? The United States Armed Forces. We pull up, we bomb shit, take shit over. So you fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. And I believe
why did I get this freaking news that you guys? Why did you guys get this when I see my own shit?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin that died from that piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for? The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't. Why weren't they? Why weren't there any real terror attacks in this country?
Excuse me, I have a question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. When are we really going to have the conversation about the protection of black and white women? Okay, because I'm really tired of listening to the hijab crowd and everybody complaining about what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, when are we going to talk about black and white women here in America? Okay, because I'm tired.
We gotta make it a topic.
No, we need to.
We gotta make our local politicians. Queen, we gotta make our local politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We gotta start saying that. What about the women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? It has to come on the ground movement, man.
Right, but y'all have to understand.
Women of color.
But listen, y'all have been focused on halal Holly, okay? Y'all need to be still focused on black women. How much y'all? But y'all need to be focused on black women, okay? Thank you. So when you talk about who has built this country has been built on the back of black and white women, okay? It has nothing to do with any women in hijab or any of the women of the Middle Eastern ilk. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to belabor this topic in the Trump house? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'd rather talk about Christine Miller's husband and his fake rubber breasts than listen to another 10 hours of y'all bitching and moaning about what's going on in the Middle East. Like, what is happening?
It isn't
sounds like he was getting ready to transition.
Just trying to figure it out.
He had trans rubber. Like, what's the story completely?
So
he had fake rubber titties, or what's going on?
All right, so check this out. So Kristi Noem's husband, while she was, serving as the Secretary of Homeland Security and deporting people, which she did a wonderful job deporting people. Her husband was at home.
Was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as John Kitover. They may have been on the same website with the same fake rubber breasts, but he was wearing.
Don't touch me, Dr. Adams.
He was wearing fake rubber breasts, and he was on chat websites with transgender sex workers going by the name of Crystal, where he was asked sex workers to call him, are you guys ready for this? A trans bimbo slut. So apparently when he didn't pay one of the sex workers $25,000 fast enough, they ended up letting his business out. And that's how we know about him wearing those fake rubber breasts.
Well, wasn't she also allegedly having an affair with Corey Lewandowski as well?
Yeah.
Well, as she should. Have you not seen Corey Lewandowski? As she should.
Banging them out. She's actually handling business. She's in the Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ecuadorian, every and there is. Operation Wetback was a
But you look at your husband wearing fake
Obama
rubber breasts.
supposedly got more numbers on. That's what they like to say, but I don't believe it. Alcatraz Island at this very moment is housing some of the most deadly, vicious, criminal, illegal alien intruders this country has ever experienced. And it's just beginning. And I think we should all pray to Donald Trump that he refocuses his eyes, his gaze, his one eye back into the country, into Chicago, into New York, into Miami, into Dallas, into Austin, into Seattle, redeploy and hire an additional 500,000 law enforcement to take out this alien invasion of over 20, 30 million illegally.
But why does Edmund need to go to the loony bin? I'm trying to understand. What's wrong with Edmund? Why does he need to go to the loony bin, Pepe?
Do I really have to answer that?
Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover and him doing what he's doing and needing to go to a loony bin. Hold on, I'm trying to defend you.
Do not speak. My name is Alistair, please.
Okay, so Alistair, why does Alistair go to a padded room for doing the same thing over and over again? Hold on, we're recording people. Hold on, recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but you've seen pictures of like him with his 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day and films.
I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why more white women are not in his back channels. I mean, first and foremost. But I've seen the pictures, but you're not answering my question.
I'm in the pictures business.
Why do you feel like he should be
in the talking business? Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, being loud, bombastic, and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some? I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours.
Mine's different because people actually invite me on stages and I can talk to them.
Well, people invited him on stage too. This isn't a just listening room. He had to.
Not in most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're different because people invited you on stage. People invited you on stage. You're on stage. I can actually debate him on stage. He's on stage right here with you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
No, I'm saying, but I can do it without trolling or insulting people.
Well, so what part of his trolling right now is being insulting to anybody? He's not using slurs. He's not haranguing anybody. I mean, he's
special.
No, but I'm just trying to understand.
Hey, why don't you tell Adams about what you witnessed on his live feed?
Beamer.
Wait, witness who on who look like?
Fargate, shitgate, which gate? Jackoff gate?
Mr. Kitover, what he did on camera.
Alistair Crowley, stop doxing me. And everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that
important for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live, and he was looking very fresh, a nice black collared shirt.
So you were watching him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was watching him. He popped up in my news feed on TikTok. And I was like, oh, I know that face. So I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he is nice. And I mean like this black collared shirt, it wasn't like a washed collared shirt. It was one of those very fresh, like the deep dark black that it's, clean. And no, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you do your laundry very well, you wash it cold water, do the proper thing, it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. And anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand, and then he pulled a special something out, and then he wiped it on his left pec. And on the left pec of the black shirt,
that is so fucking dirty, right?
You saw this big booger on the shirt. Now this shirt is crazy. And so now there's this.
I don't want to hear the rest of that. That's just so nasty. That's so.
You have damn nerve to be calling anybody dirty. You're fat as hell. I can't imagine anything more dirty.
You're the one that wants.
But you're fat as hell. You're fat as hell. The skin between your eyes are darker than your face. You're fat as hell.
You cannot see me.
What are you talking about?
You cannot see me.
You are fat as hell. We know what you look like.
You cannot see me.
We know what you look like. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice, fat ass. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice. Let this black woman finish speaking. Go ahead, Bima. Go ahead, Bima.
So I referred to everybody. If you could just see my PTR, I was able to grab the moment.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
I was able to grab the moment, and
They do
Make a big winner. Holy shit.
And so then he wiped down his shirt. But this is where the story gets interesting. That booger was infused into the fabric of this nice black shirt because
So you must have really been staring at that man's bare chest, Bima.
I was. And wait, but first, Dr. Adams, can you look at my PTR? Because this is the moment that made me have to follow up, right? But this was the thing. He then, the day went on, and he did other lives, and the booger was still there. And then, wait, it gets even worse. Then, it was like the next day, and he had like a robe on, so now he's like putting robes on and off, and the booger was still there.
Yeah, but Bima, if you look at the picture, Bima.
I'm sorry, this nigga's a dirty ass nigga. I'm so sorry.
No, the man was scratching his mustache.
Who raised you?
The man was scratching his mustache. I don't see a booger in that PTR. Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Like, what the fuck is he? Have you ever had a booger just sitting up out of your nose like that?
No, it was. You gotta remember.
Bima, the man was scratching his mustache.
I appreciate the attempt to protect.
The man was scratching his mustache. Could you imagine, Bima? Bima, what if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? How would that make you feel? Like, this is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's dirty based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate the attempt to maybe sort of bond with John Kitover, but you gotta remember.
Listen, Bima, you gotta remember, I can't stand this motherfucker. You understand? I can't stand this motherfucker.
Remember that Adams.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. You're how much you got.
I'm showing you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that
you're showing a photo of a were studying the man's chest.
Well, I mean, I wasn't studying the man's chest.
You were studying the man's chest. You gave great detail about the man's chest. About what you thought was on the man's finger. Like, this is weird. This is weird, Bima. You were watching the man. Maybe you're watching him because you like him. I don't know. But this does not raise... I don't see in
this is a cute. I approve.
I don't think it's cute at all. You are too grown, Bima. I don't think anything about this is cute. If you want to fuck the man, tell the man you want to fuck the man. But to be making up shit, you're talking about studying the man's chest, and you lying on him like this. Like, this is crazy.
You said that.
Bima, but you said that you had a PTR.
There's a video.
You said that you had a PTR. Okay, well, send me the video, Bima. Bima, send me the video.
It's a full video.
Kitover, I'm sure you were shocked you found out she had a crush on you too. Because this is what it really sounds like. At the end of the day, this is what it sounds like.
She made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with her.
But you imagine him picking his nose.
And guess what she will say? She said the mother raped her. And then they reported my room and they banged on my
See, this is what you get. This is the reason that you get misinformation.
This bitch is a fucking sick
He's the socialist, okay? This is somebody who experienced the family short, okay? I was there.
Oh, now the man victimized you. Now the man victimized you. Alistair, hold on.
Wasn't there. Alas, he didn't see.
Bima, but you were watching the man. You were studying the man. You went out of your way to go and see the man's podcast.
The fact is that it was a fact.
Bima, you have no evidence. You have evidence that you taken pictures of the man.
Did not see the
You're so bothered by this man that you went to his podcast and you're taking pictures of him. Like, what are you talking about?
No, you are a fake.
Bima, you are taking pictures of the man on his podcast while he was at home.
I was literally tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger and then based on booger. Show the booger. That's all just gossip and hearsay, stricken from the record. I know I have prolific boogers, but this was not that day. How dare you, people?
Alistair, you've been in your white tighties before on camera.
Why are you questioning this man about his underwear?
Why do you want to go on camera? That shit is not okay.
Yeah, that's a little strange, though, Adams. Don't you think? No?
Where is shit stain? First of all, I don't care what y'all monkeys are wearing under your clothing. Like, this is weird. This is weird.
Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, that fool? Accuse me of shit stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you?
You were on
gossip and slander.
Starting to sit down on the
Defamation. A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, as usual.
I guess Booger Gate is not getting him into the padded room like we tried to do, it looks like. What do you guys think?
Y'all the one that came up with this evidence. Y'all the ones that should be in the padded room. I'm sorry. And like I said,
you need to go in the nut house too, Adams.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Pepe.
I saw the video. He was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, got up, came to the thing, and picked his nose and wiped it. There was no water.
So you were watching the man on the toilet, Beaver?
Is that the real?
Beaver, like the more evidence y'all bring out, like the worse y'all make yourselves look.
No, Bima came out one day and was like, because he was being rude to her. She's like, oh yeah, well I don't pick my nose and wipe it on my shirt on camera. And I was like, I kept pressing her. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so she sent me the link to the video and watched it and confirmed exactly what she said.
Holy fuck.
This is technically like the new candid camera. You guys could just call me Bob Saget. Like, I am the host of Clubhouse Hidden Camera. Welcome to my
You're more Dave Coulier.
So I'm looking, these 11 scientists, so They miraculously, some of them were shot dead in their homes or just disappeared completely with like everything left in their house with perfect, no packing, like purses, phones, everything. Like they were just like sucked up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. Like because I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Pepe, lizard, you're into lot lizards?
Oh yeah.
This is gonna get dark.
But there's mine shafts all around the fucking country. There's maps for them. They're not gonna find them.
Wait, find the people, the scientists?
Is anybody here speculating the United States is going to invent Cuba and do a day of pigs, but we'll call it like the day of elephants? Because I have a striking suspicion that we're about to topple the government of Cuba once and for all. What do you guys think? Are we going for Cuba?
A lot of the Cubans I hear mixed opinions from the Cubans, which is weird. So like a lot of the Cubans, obviously they're against communism and they hate the current I don't know what you'd call it, government. But they also, a very common claim though is that the best of Cuba is already left. And so what you're gonna get is like a huge underclass of people that are, I guess you don't really want them coming here, to say the least.
So what do you think we're gonna do, Pepe? You think
I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, like financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like that's
I don't think so.
Yeah.
America First is actually a socialist book because it is for we the people, but we don't want the clown world aspect of it. I just want to make that submission. Thank you.
Well, it's funny is because the people who are against America First are usually the Israel First crowd, which is kind of ironic. They want socialism for Israelis, only it's funded by Americans. Isn't that something?
Do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran at the end of the day? Because based on my experience and the things that I've seen, until U.S. boots are on the ground, it's not real. And to make it real, that requires tens of thousands of men deploying to go conduct an operation.
But it's a highly unpopular war, and Trump's approval ratings are fucking absolutely tanked. I just don't see it happening.
Exactly. You probably didn't see
he could put a small number on the ground.
Up in the middle of the night by a griffin and flying into Manhattan for justice. Probably didn't see that one, did you? The president of Syria is making a security deal with Israel. Boom, done. No more problem from security from Syria forever. But it looks like that guy's going to
I love how Israel, our greatest ally, is making alliances with basically the fucking ISIS leaders. That's his running.
There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
Yeah, what is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
I've been told them to. Our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many always a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. But that makes me think, you know what? Maybe I was right all along.
How much do you think that the hate is justified, and how much do you think is just complete, unsupported, bandwagon appeal? Hate.
The all or nothing catch-all for people's complete lack of enlightenment. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is what I can't understand about people that hate him, especially in the psychedelic community. They fail to see the divinity that is within Donald Trump, and they fail to see
divinity. Oh God, you're stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel and hate Zionism, hate philosophy, they come on here and they just...
Zionism is fine as long as they keep America. As long as they don't... As long as they keep America... Yeah, as long as they keep us fucking out of it.
If you like to be shocked, Pepe's your guy, because he will say the N-word, which is one of the most verboten words in America, as well as the F-word, as well as even the R-word. Can't say the R-word. That's so ridiculous. Anyways, I hope I'm articulating, because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that reframed, even in your own personal life, it will resolve a lot of memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, down for Bolton?
It is verboten.
Can you spell that big word for me?
VERBOTE.
Concrete will use it 20 times next week.
Yeah, I'll give me ideas.
Fucking hold up.
What's this guy up to? Let's let him bone talk. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Did someone move him? Damn, I wanted to keep him up.
I did. He didn't look right.
People keep talking about the fact that I got no children, and all I want to say, Danny, Jewish Danny out here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you gotta understand genetic engineering and all of this eugenics, it's real, meaning that the elite understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world, and Danny is a close second, together we will create this most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually a protean type of mutant that is emergent only when the internet came into existence. And so Pepe he doesn't like the fact that Donald Trump, I said, has divinity. Well, Pepe has divinity. And if anybody hates Pepe, that's because they fail to see the divinity in themselves. So all I'm trying to say is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Hello?
Proteum? What was that word? What was that word you used? Earth to John. Come in, John.
He's picking his nose. By the way, I don't know the word. What does diabolical mean?
Like evil. Like a very. I only hear diabolical when it's used to describe like a plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
You're the Zionists, blew up 3 skyscrapers at 9/11, and Michelle Silverstein said that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical.
You know what Jewish lightning is? Shut up. So have you heard the term Jewish lightning?
What's that?
Jewish thing to do.
Okay. All right. So I want to go back to what Bima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things, and you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian collusion that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts, had 34 counts against them in the New York court, and went there every day.
You ragged on the porn star while his wife was giving birth.
Okay, hold on. I would never interrupt you. Who decided to make $7 million on his mugshot? I don't know how many people in the world ever done that on their mugshot. And how many of us would have even survived any of these things to go through the J6 committee that they tried to tear them down, and then to come back and win every swing state, the popular vote, and to beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person that Biden do it.
Well, Biden was part of that he lost. Biden lost the Indiana run.
Yeah, exactly. But you're correct, man. So, but if you look at all these things, why would anyone want to criticize someone who's had all this up against them and he still gets up every day because he loves his country? Just think about what the regime, the machine, has tried to put against one American. Because I don't look at Donald Trump as an American. He just happened to run for the office of presidency. But he's just another American. So, B-Bomb, this is what I say to you. Disease is real. The Reigns syndrome is real because people look more at someone else than themselves. And for me, the only person I'm responsible for is Edward. And Donald Trump's responsible for Donald Trump. But I am right now, at 62 years old, happy that he is the president of the United States with everything he's gone through. Because he's been through some stuff. And whatever the world tried to throw at him, I think he's proved that he can go through. I live.
Thank you. Bima, what say you? If anything.
You silenced the great Bima, Edward. She's speechless.
I definitely think that there's unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness. It might be more so with him, but I don't know if it's just because of the connectivity and the measure by which we can keep track and then spread information now versus yesteryear. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't trust anybody who says any president is overall just been bad or good, right? It's just, you gotta remember that they're inheriting an entire issue, an entire system, and they're working off of what's already been in place to try to improve it. And I think that there are ultimately some good things that every president could be net positive or negative, I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to tell you that, but I don't ever trust anybody that says ultimately.
You want the federal government completely removed, right?
Kaput.
Yes.
I want it deregulated. I want it like massively limited. Like if I can't get, post-conventional cognitive moral development, i.e. highest level of emotional maturity, I would say, can we do like a far libertarian sort of like, what is it called? Minarchism?
Do you want the president to not have as much power? To take us to war?
That you would bring power back to literally the states to start with, right? You want more than that, obviously, but
that's difficult too, because then when we say local government, we're saying there's going to be a level, but ultimately, I think there should be
like a start at least.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. It's in the federal government is to protect the local, well, not the local, but the states from over-regulating themselves, right? So okay, yeah, we want to keep it deregulated, innovative, creativity, loving, forward-moving society.
What would it look like, real quick? And I know you want to jump in bigly on this one, but again, what would the government, or what would the United States look like if we were to do that thing? Like, do you think it would be anarchy? Like, I'm just gonna say the word, or would we be able to govern ourselves in a micro version of ourselves in that way? What do you think? Where would we go? What would it look like? I don't even know.
Well, one thing, I don't think that we would be a superpower anymore. I think that that would, because of all the other potential competition for other currencies and everything that would be able to grow, I don't think we would have that power. But I do think that we would be extremely successful. I think that we could potentially be, I see like significant lower rates of homelessness and everything. If we could deregulate, allow people to make direct contracts, decide for themselves, get rid of all of the competition inhibitors, allow for, real true commerce. Free market, like that'd be massive, but you have to know that you're going to have to go with those ebbs and flows, right? Government tries to keep us up all the time, despite, some failure. We're going to have to take the failures as they come, but the failures are going to be just as great as the next mile.
Right? Edward's chomping at the bit. I think he's going to like this one. Go for it, Edward.
Yeah. So, Bima, and I do agree with you. We actually have the only constitution that supports limited government, right? So, if I say to you, I'm 62, and I've got to govern my own life locally. So, and I know that I live in the state of California, but I do everything to make sure that they do not infringe upon my rights, right? And unfortunately, if you ask the average person that comes on these platforms, who is their local mayor? Who's their local sheriff? Do they even know their governor? Do they even know what's happening in their own state? Most of them couldn't tell you. But they can tell you what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and what's going on with the regimes overseas, which is kind of interesting to me because I'm very focused on, like you said, and I don't think that you need to do anything other than we, the people, need to take our rightful place within the actual documents we have. It says we hold these truths to be self-evident. I ask a lot of Americans almost every week, what truth do you hold to be self-evident? And you know what a lot of them do to me, D-Mom? What are you talking about? Some of them never even read the document. They don't even know what the Constitution says, our Bill of Rights or the Declaration of Independence. They don't know it. So it's very hard to govern the people who don't even know the foundation of a country. That's the hard part. But listen, we think that central government. And the reason why we have a bloated bureaucracy is because the people that's even running for all these offices know that it's a big, big bank. Okay, it's the only place within 4 years you can go to become a billionaire. There's just so many back channels, so many things, and they're just living off of the public dole. And this is the hardest thing, what you just said. Can we shrink it? Yes. But we the people have to get some courage to really do this. And I don't just, Edward's observation is 62. I don't believe America can have the stomach to break this whole thing. Yeah, I don't think they have it. I don't think we have the stomach. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable, and then our elected officials to, like people say, oh, term limits. No, you just need to vote people out every time. You know they're not doing their job. So I land there.
Edwards, good point. Bina, would you follow the Constitution at all in your world at all? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest claim. The Constitution is not legitimate in my view because it's only legitimate for the people who are there to sign it. That was their contract. They contracted and they had the opportunity to say, this is want for this society, right? New generations that gain the ability to participate in society, we don't get to opt in or out of what we decide, right, that is going to be beneficial or harmful to us. We've just inherited the system that somebody else signed off on us, for us. And so ultimately, yeah, I think that there would just be a couple small, I mean, I love the Constitution, but I think that there should be some small caveats that would allow for more privatization, a lot more, significant more, a lot more competition, a lot more free market. And, because it's not that I don't like a lot of the things that the government is trying to do. It's just that was never intended for the government to do. That was intended for us to do. How they organize and get our tax dollars together to pass something. The reason they did that then, I believe truly, is because it was beneficial, because we didn't have the technology to connect and network the way that we do today. But we have that now. There's no excuse. We have an amazing ability to connect and network and to take control and to opt in and out with seconds. We spend 7 to 8 hours a day scrolling social media, our kids do anyway, and then God knows how much adults do. I mean, look at us right now. We could spend a couple, hours a week opting in and out to things that we want with direct control over. We have direct agency, right? More accountability. This voting in new representatives, I'll tell you what, that was what that's what made me lose my passion for the Constitution as it stands, because that's what originally was brought to me. They said, oh, you know what? You don't like the way that the laws are, BMO. Well, you got to make sure that you vote. Okay, all right. So make sure as soon as I could, I started to vote. And I started to vote, and I'm like, listen, I'm voting, and these politicians still ain't doing shit. They're not doing what I need them to do. Oh, well, now that you're voting, you also have to campaign for the people that you want to get into, a vote, elected. You got to go out and campaign. You got to put that work in, get them elected. Okay, no problem. So I campaigned all over, local, all the way to presidential. I was doing campaigns for a really long time, thinking but then you know what I saw? Even after they got elected into office, they still weren't doing what they were doing, what they were supposed to do, or what we elected them to do. And so then I said, well, what now? And then society said, oh, well, you know what it is?
FEMA? George Bush? Who was it?
What do you mean? No, this is politicians. You're talking from your local all the way up to your town clerk, your congressman, or presidential. It definitely is presidential. Presidential is easy. There is no specific. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay, so this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit!
Yeah. Exactly. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think that I like the organization, but all I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change the things that we could find more benefit to and live immediate, instead of have to wait every election. And then sometimes it doesn't matter, because if you're in a stronghold, you're a Republican living in a Democratic stronghold, you're fucked. Oh, well, get to a better county. Get to a Republican county. Oh, well, look, there ain't no Republican counties in my state. Oh, well, go to a whole new state. Oh, and then you get to the whole new state, and then you're still there. It's no guarantee. There's no promise, right? And then you wait to change the laws, right? The one thing that I did like is some of the states in the United States have direct democracy measures, and some are indirect democracy states, right? And the direct democracy measures, I do like that, and I do dig that, as long as they are for deregulation or to protect people from government force versus to force people to do something else.
He got pulled over by a trans police officer and he took $10,000 out of your car because he thought you were involved in a drug deal. Would that give you the right to kill that man dressed as a woman robbing you? Hello?
Well, you said it.
I love the way you articulated your information.
Take a look at energetically.
So this is what I would share with you in contrast. You right now get life, liberty, and your pursuit of happiness. That's not given to you by any form of government. don't stand on their principles. This is the hard part. Because listen, I have a company, right? And if I bring somebody in, I have to keep my word to them. If I'm going to run for any public office, I got to do everything to keep my word to the constituents. And really, it's not my word. It's because I'm supposed to be representing them, not Edward. So when my wife and I here in Orange County, California, go to our meetings, one thing we always say is that
You keep going in and out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ian.
No.
Can you hear me now?
I got him good, Ian. You sure?
Yeah, I got him good too. It might be you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I've learned and my wife learned, that if you don't show up at a lot of these places, Bima, I can tell you literally, the city we live in is 48,000 people, right? In Orange County, Cypress, California. We probably get less than 1,000 people show up at our meetings. Okay? And out of that, there's probably literally 73% of our city are registered to vote. I don't care if they're Democrat or not, they just register. We get less than 17% of the people, both in the every 2-year voting and also the presidential election. So it's really, the people who run it know this, that there's not a lot of people that's going to participate. And I think that's what we're missing in DMOM, is that the people do not govern themselves enough so they can see all the foolery going on out here. There's a lot of foolery. And that's why I don't trust any. I don't care who it is. Listen, any elected official, I know they do not have my best interest in mind, nor my wife's interest in mind. I already know that. So whatever they say, whatever they're saying, I take that with a grain of salt. Okay? So, Bima, I hear you, but I hold true to be self-evident that there's no person on planet Earth that has my interest in mind better than me. No mayor, no sheriff, no congressman or woman, not my governor, and not the United States of America. If Edward does not, him and his wife does not keep their own interest in their mind, so there's not get blind. Exactly, it's my responsibility. So, Bima, I hear you, but for me to actually really give my sovereignty or my agency to some other person, hoping they're going to do right, it's hard for me to believe that myself. And I think that's what I'm really trying to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Edward, I totally agree with you. See, I think that you're right too. And I learned that also very early on. I've been an elections inspector for many, many years now. Oh my God, I'm getting so old. Almost 20 years.
Inspectors, you know, everyone stand up straight.
You know what an elections inspector does, right? I was an elections inspector back when we were still pulling actual canvases with the little click machines. I don't know, the older generations will remember those. Yeah. And so, and my point is I was shocked back then when I would pull canvas for a city of 60 to 70,000 people with only 1,000 people showing up to vote, and you're in a local election. That's insane to me. And I'm like, that's just crazy, okay? That's insane. So, yes, and I see that too. But that's the cool thing, because I think most people just want to get along, right? We don't want to have to, we want to be, people don't want, we just don't have the bandwidth to put all of this extra energy into managing whatever we're going to do. But this is the thing, for some of us that do care about the little things that we don't disagree with, we're stopped and we're prevented from
because of, $100 billion a month and $40 trillion in debt. Where do you stand on accounting, people?
Well, I mean,
your philosophy is brilliant, but are you an accountant?
Carry on, Bima.
I forgot what I was saying. He's so annoying.
Admitted that I'm one of the most annoying people in the world, but again, I do understand accounting and finance, and when you go to USTechPac.org and you look at the financial picture, oh my fucking God, but the fact is we have a $60 trillion a year GDP, but so does India, so does China. We're in the top 3.
I don't know why I just thought of it, but what happens if people just never, what if we all just decided not to vote? Does anybody know what happens?
most votes still wins, dumbass.
It only takes one person to vote. I get that, but it's somehow magically.
How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, what is going on? Like, what would happen? Does anybody know? I mean, it's here.
You know, I know, but I think we need to get more people to participate in their own republic. I think that this is where I think we miss a lot. And right now we're paying for it. We're paying for the neglect of what we could have done.
Taxes, people, it's your state board of elections.
Yeah, so one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay? Where we get taxed as Americans. Then just think about this, 1913, we're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did that all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today that a lot of Americans really understand that the government has nothing to really offer us. I mean, really, there's no real benefit. If I made an investment, Dima, in anything, I should get a return on it. And right now, if I have a representative say they're representing me, and we give them our tax dollars, how do I know that I get it back in return? Now, in Orange County, I can tell you that a lot of the tax dollars do go to our schools. We have great schools. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees, everything are taken care of. Because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cypress. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are balanced, everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. And Bima, you know this. I go around some of these people, they're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to have a ladder, make as much money, meet as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals and go on golf courses. That's all. So for me, it's really hard because the average American today, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, the average American today is uninformed about how it's supposed to really work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Especially with, I definitely agree. I worry though, is it a worry? Because over the years, especially in the 20th century, we built such massive piles of legislation. We taught, trained, and indoctrinated the growing generations to think that government's supposed to solve the problem, and they forget that government's only supposed to protect. We look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons, and I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job. And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or to teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this ourselves. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is I always mention this. It's his promise to eliminate 10 pieces of legislation for every one he passed. That was the promise he made to himself. In January, he said at the Economic Forum, and then I'm not sure if he mentioned it again during the State of the Union, but I think he said both times where he said, I'm averaging, over 125 pieces of legislation that I'm removing, right? And this is the thing. A lot of Democrats are frustrated because they see how so much funding is being pulled from so many aspects of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be, though. And it's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about health care. You don't care about the thing is no, we care about it. But we care about it so much that we know the right thing to do is to let us solve it because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, you know, get together, they slap one thing together and think that that's the one way that we can solve a problem with the infinite number of ways that this world power with all these amazing people, everybody that's listening to this right now, absolutely brilliant minds, right, that we can't come up with better solutions, right, even if it's a year later, even if it's past, and then if it's a year later, right, we have to be able to continue to improve all of our processes, so we have to deregulate.
Yeah, Vima, you gave him a bigger neck than I would have. You said a pencil neck. I don't think I have a neck.
I still have some mark away.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty crazy because these people have no. I mean, literally, what are they actually doing? They're just pushing paper in this legislation that they keep passing, like you said. Most people don't even know it. They don't even understand it. We got so many legislators that the average American cannot even understand. Listen, there's 81,000 pages to the U.S. tax code. 81,000. Why? I think it's just crazy. That's what I mean by you get people who really have zero value trying to explain to people how each state should operate, but not how only each state, because this is my understanding. I'm going to land on this guy. We have 350 independent Americans. We have 50 independent states. And we have 435 people in the House and 100 in the Senate. I do not know why they don't leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Period. Let us decide, because I personally believe that we can, my wife and I, we can invest our money better. We can take care of ourselves better. Just leave us alone, because I've learned already that no form of government can spend our money better than we can as their American people. And I really believe that if we did not have all this stuff over our head, we would do so much better.
The Libertarian Party is trying to liberate America. It's in the name. Join the Libertarian.
Would you ever do that, Edward? No, sir. I can't go that far. I'm a to the republic for which we stand. I still believe I'm personally responsible for the outcome of my life.
This is about a Republican form of government, which you think is the optimal form of government. Please enlighten us, Dr. Hill.
What truth do I hold self-evident, right? I don't think a lot of people hold their truth to be self-evident. That my life, my liberty, and my pursuit of whatever I'm going to pursue is up to Edward. I say this a lot, guys. Am I willing to work for the outcome I seek in life? Whatever it is. If I want to put the work in, if I'm willing to, I tell my children all the time, you got to decide, are you willing to work for the outcome that you seek? And I personally believe today that a lot of Americans have excuses and they want to go to some central area to see if they can help. And that's just great. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no one. My dad used to say this all the time. Okay, my dad was born in 1919. My grandpa was born late 1800. And they both said all this. Life comes out of a parachute. The person's going to be your biggest problem every day is the one you see in the mirror.
Yeah, you're so amazing to have around, Edward. You know, just listening to you, it's so, I don't know if you understand the depth of the influence that you have, but I have to say, every time I hear you speak, it really inspires me, even when I'm feeling like hopeless and sad, and you know how we could cycle about our thoughts. It's such a good, refreshing, I don't know how to explain it.
It's very wholesome, baby.
Yes, I do. And it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, you know what? There is a lot of problems, but I'm gonna get up tomorrow and I'm gonna do stuff because I still have the ability, the capacity, and we have so much opportunity. Yeah, thank you, Edward, for always, constantly just awesome positivity and really uplifting and encouraging.
It's a philosophy, really. It's neurolinguistic programming.
Oh, John.
My wife says this all the time, Dima. We were fortunate to be born in America to where we had the opportunity to do what we did. The opportunity that someone, before we ever got here, you can pursue your if they are, my father said, you both got mental issues. But I'm not focused on that. I'm 62.
I think about how I can bring about the demise of the black people of the earth on a daily basis.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
What the fuck, Duncan?
Edward, did you read what Clarence Thomas said just this week in Austin, Texas about the Constitution? He touches on some of the points you're making.
I haven't got to read it yet, but I will look it up because it did come to my feed because I love what he writes, because obviously, again, he's one of the longest sitting Supreme Court people, but yet he is really, for me, an individual who loves the document. And he tries to smart.
He completely subscribes in the legislative speak what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution. We require people like him to basically put it in the context of how the political entities in the country threaten those, rights that were extended to us by the Constitution, right? So, what I find nice about this, because I don't know how his comments could have been more perfectly timed than like right now. He went to Austin, Texas, which is the liberal capital of Texas, and at the university, which is the only liberal university in Texas, and had enough and he was not booed. No one threw anything at him. There were no protests, and he was in a rare situation where he was able to articulate that without distraction or disruption. You should read it. It's fine, resonate with what you just told everybody here.
Actually, I definitely want to look at it. My wife and I look at it. They've given us some good stuff for tonight to watch.
Well, I mean, it's just, the only reason I bring it up because I read it, of course, and you're just, like I said, those of us who aren't preoccupied with the whole effort of trying to control the rest of us actually live a life where we go out and realize no one really gives a shit about us. There's no white man trying to take you down, and there's no black man trying to take me down type mentality. Your dad, that was pretty good advice from your dad, by the way. Helped you think of your dad quite often, but that's the deal, man. I don't think it could have been.
Man, I respect. Him and my grandpa, I respect. They own property in America. And the problem my dad always said, they never met a slave, and they never met a slave owner. So they're not going to have a slave mentality. They're American, they love this country, and they're going to be American. And to me, I'm just grateful that I was born in that home. I'm grateful that God chose those to be my parents and my granddad, and there were men who showed up. And I'm just very fortunate because my dad said, son, in this life, you will be with responsibility.
Yes, I used to think that our, philosophical and intellectual understanding of the American principle and the core tenets of our foundational documents were so broadly understood, and I underestimated how the corruption against it over 2 or 3 generations could erode that to the point where when we were younger, you just needed a reminder once in a while to remember what America stood for. Now it's constantly under attack. We've had 2 generations of indoctrination at our higher education institutions, and I'm beginning to think it's going to require a systematic, refresher of why and how our country's different from all the other countries that ever preceded us with sort of a core document. You know what I'm saying? So it is the sort of discussion of the day, and that's why I keep telling you to go ahead and read it, because I hope there's very few voices that could be as articulate as his. He spoke. This speech reminded me, Edward, I don't know if you still read, but if you want to really read something boring that will matter for the rest of your life, go ahead and read it. Abraham Lincoln's Diaries. It teaches you how to think and speak succinctly. And when I listened to Thomas talk, he reminded me of how
discussing it the last time I get lost, I'll go drink some beer or something. But the deal is, if you get a chance, go ahead and listen to Thomas. It's pretty.
Can you drop that Jebediah in the chat? Say again. If you could, everybody should get put the link in the chat if you could. But the most important thing I want to say, and this is the part of your house that I like, is when we can actually hear each other and actually really come up with some good content of what it really means to be free and to be an American. And see, freedom is responsibility itself. And that's the hardest thing for all of us to think about. And we talk about government as if though they have some magic wand. They do not. It's very unfortunate. Like I tell my chicks, they don't sell problems in the world anywhere. Okay? We create problems. And all the problems that most of us have today, either they're self-inflicted or some government entity decides to make some law to say that you can and cannot do this. Okay? So now we have to navigate all this stuff because someone thought that, hey, this is a good deal. Like we always say, who would have ever thought that the people that's most affected by law would think that people want someone to defund the police? Now, the people that already having the most difficulty, right? It's just great. Then all of a sudden you're going to say, we're going to send social workers into the community when people are getting murdered and assaulted at the highest clip. Does anybody think that any of this stuff does not make sense? A lot of stuff sounds great on paper, but you still need people to be responsible to whatever they're doing. And the two words I do not hear often on Clubhouse is responsibility and accountability of oneself.
I think that might be asking too much, Edward.
I always, I love everything I have to say. I'm going to push back a little bit, just get a little bit of flair for a second. The defunding the police situation. So I'm very passionate about police and how we perceive them in the United States. I think a lot see them as the people who are like, oh, how defund police? We have crimes. We need people, a nice organization to combat and keep track of holding criminals accountable. We need this institution. I don't think that that's what defund the police is saying. Defund the police isn't about that. It's about all of the other things that come with the institution of law enforcement that are negatively affecting a cycle that are causing, it's just creating an endless cycle of criminality and circumstance, and then because of where you are, and because of the beats, because of the over policing, because of the lack of whatever there might be in the particular area, it's just going to be a constant thing. They talk about the school to prison pipeline and stuff like that. So what I would like to have seen, because the defund the police, that gets everybody immediately, like you just want to reject, like, yeah, what do you mean? You're telling me that that just people are going to run amok and create crimes, and nobody's going to be there to hold that? That's what you want. You want chaos. You want anarchy. No, that's not what we want. We want defensive security. We want people to be there to hold people accountable for their crimes. Okay, but what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person or person's property, then you can't have violent back force be the solution to something that isn't a violent crime to begin with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would call that, but it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that. And also there are different communities that are going to require different levels, right, of this because of whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to transition out of everything being violent back force. We need to look into rehabilitation and restitution. What is it called? Restoration. A different type of jail system, because the recidivism rates. This doesn't make sense. This isn't helping anybody, and we're not helping. I mean, like, I just think that's crazy. So yeah, let's not defund the police entirely. We might be able to get there. There's a town that's next to me that has no police in the entire town. Zero. No police department. They only have a sheriff, and that's just been the case forever. And you could imagine how do they solve crime? You think they don't have crimes? Yeah, of course they have crimes. They have of course they do. But they have maybe it's no.
This just happened. What Edward was saying about personal responsibility. We don't use our rights. We've got a Second Amendment right, we've got a debt problem. How do we solve it? We arm ourselves, obviously. Hello?
So you think with the debt problem, arm ourselves, and then what do we do with the arm?
Just budget. Hello?
Josh, what are we doing with the arming? Explain what we do with the arming.
Numbers and finance.
Explain what we do with the arming.
Just occurred an hour ago when we were talking about math. Some of you think that math isn't real. That $100 billion a month in VIG on a $40 trillion mortgage isn't real. Those are your taxes you're gonna have to pay back, everybody. Everybody owes $400,000 to the government. You just don't know it yet. Hello?
Yeah. So there's a couple things that I think that when we say, and I want somebody to look this up. We have 350 million Americans. Can anyone tell me how many law enforcement that we have in the United States, including all federal law, federal FBI, everybody?
A couple million?
No, not even a couple million.
I think it's less than a million.
170,000?
Yeah, there you go. See, so look at the number. Now, we have 350 million Americans, and we have less than a million law enforcement. Okay, guys, most of America are governing themselves. How about defund the criminal? How about people talk about the people that are actually assaulting all the people and breaking in there and doing really bad stuff? Okay?
These programs exist. When someone murders, they're asking the government to fix the problem for the people.
It's okay, Eva. Listen, I got it. So all I'm saying to you guys is this. I'm 62. I've never been arrested. I've never gotten involved with the police in the sense of, have I been pulled over?
That's because you're a square.
Thank you, Petty. You're correct. I'm a square. And the reason because I'm choosing not, Petty, to be reckless in life. Because I've learned from my father, again, the word reckless is with two words. Whatever I wreck, I will have less of it. So one thing I'm not going to do is participate in criminal behavior. That's a choice that Edward gets to make and everyone else gets to make. So, and we all know this. And you correct me if I'm wrong. If you're driving down the freeway and you happen to see a black and white, what happens to all of us? What happens to all of us?
If you see a light right now, like a ballers fluid, solid weight, like use maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary.
We know it. Stop. Okay. What we all do is we slow down. We all know that. Okay? So the bottom line is, most police officers, and again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service, in their whole career, 45 years, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm? Never.
Majority of them.
And I think that's a really good. See, and this is the thing. We think that it has to be.
Pull out by accident and shoot somebody by accident.
Don't you have somewhere to be? See, that's what. This is what I love about our country, because Edward, you're right. And we have a lot of problems, right? Sure. No. Yes, I agree. But we do. We govern ourselves, and we are really good people. We're generally really good people. And what I'm saying is the level of law enforcement that we have now, it's not that it even has to be lower. It just has to be different. Because even if it's just a million, there are still so many circumstances in many different areas across the United States. Let's say that even if there were just, I don't know, I mean, you could just say half the union, or we could say even a quarter. We could say, I don't know, like like 15 states, right?
This is 1865.
Okay, if we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement, I mean, the insane, I don't know.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! How are you gonna change a whole culture?
Shut up!
It's different from state to state and culture to culture, like particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right? Environment. You might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that they don't need to exist. And I want to point those out.
I think so. I disagree with what you're saying entirely. We're one of the only. In fact, I think we might be the only, like, what I would consider highly advanced economies, or country in the world, an economy like ours that allows people something like the Second Amendment. It is unheard of in other countries that are similar to ours. Guns are everywhere. In fact, it's so guns are so prevalent that it's not hard for the bad guys to get a hold of a gun. Now, our police have to deal with something that the police in Britain in France and the Netherlands have to deal with on a much less frequency than ours do. And it is also true that, and you have to understand, that changes the game of policing. It's now police officers have to assume everybody's armed because it's not hard for people to get a gun. And if you're a criminal, you're probably there's a good chance you'll have one.
It's true.
And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, and sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves, but you are going to get police that live in or that are working in a city that has a huge violent crime problem. And the reason I'm bringing up violent crime is because violent criminals are the ones that will tend to shoot at the police, point a gun at the police, that kind of stuff. You're kind of asking for like a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them, people can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that there's still going to be, abuses that will take place, miscalculations. I don't see it. There's no such thing as a perfect police officer.
That's true, man.
They all have to make snap judgments.
I agree. I think, Chris, you want to mention something about this? Do you want to jump in? Chris?
I was going off of basically what that was about. Look, Dr. Hall, most people, especially we're not yelling defraud the police. I got homies who are police officers. One of them went to school with me, and they never done any type of activity to where they violated somebody's rights and things. But we're not asking to defund the police. We're just simply asking for the percentage of cops who criminal activity. We want them to be treated just like actual criminals. Because an actual criminal does a crime, they go to prison. Well, the cop who does it, exact same thing, should be go to prison too.
Can you give examples though of like where our police used to be far more corrupt? Like the special with the special something division, I forget what it was in New York City. More than half of them got arrested and fired. It was the Special Investigations Division, and they being corrupt in the NYPD was common. I mean, it's like you're a sucker if you're not corrupt. But today, that's like you hear about these examples, and I think you'll always continue to hear about examples because people are corruptible, but you do see people getting caught. And I would say like those police body cams have been
obviously a game changer. It makes it very hard for police to just, it's hard for them to be secretive or lie about an encounter.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to keep going? Or
that's it right now. If I could help something, I'll definitely say.
all right, appreciate it, man. Also call the house, by the way, if you don't mind. They appreciate it. Jennifer, you wanted to jump in? Hello.
I don't really necessarily have anything to say about police, but I wanted to say in the aspect of like contradiction as far as like human beings. Like I work with children, and I have since the 80s. I've worked with children since probably 85, and I've noticed recently that children nowadays are very contradictory, and they're also, I don't know, they don't have a filter. They say things and do things that, I don't know what the age is in this group, but I'm 50, and they say and do things that I would never say and do as a child or a teenager.
You're like a granny. Like my grandparents would have to walk barefoot and shit to school.
No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I don't know. Like kids don't really have a filter these days, and they don't have a concept of what's right and wrong, and I don't know. So it's like it's challenging when it comes to younger adults and kids, and I don't know. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
I was just trolling.
But yeah, I guess I'm a granny, Peppy.
I was trolling you. I'm sorry.
No, I know I'm not a granny, but thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer. That's
I have a 9-year-old, so I'm definitely not a granny.
Wait, did you have birth at 42?
You got that smile.
No, I'm curious.
I birthed my daughter when I was 40. Yeah, I have a 9-year-old. She's about to be 10 in June.
And was that your first or first?
My one and only. Yeah. I mean,
it's actually pretty good.
I got pregnant before her, but I unfortunately miscarried, and I wanted to have more after her, but unfortunately my marriage didn't work out. So.
I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Jennifer.
For a first-time birth, generally, like I've heard that women can get pregnant after 40, but it's like statistical likelihood if you've already given birth is a much higher. But go like having your first child at 40 is like a it's
Honestly, I think at this point I probably could have another because my menstruation is. I mean, not to share too much of my business, but yeah, I probably could have another. I just don't have a partner right now, unfortunately.
Oh, where do you live?
Anyway, but my point was that I work with kids, and I've noticed that like my high schoolers are, I don't know, they're just very.
They off the damn chain. You can say it.
Yeah, they cuss in front of their elders, and their teachers, and their leaders, and the directors, and like it's nothing, like it's no business. Where when I was a kid, like I don't know, I had boundaries in front of my leaders, So anyway.
I wasn't one of those kids, so I mean, I'm like wondering, wow, are there like more kids like me now? Crazy.
Like when you say that, were you like a rebel or just?
Yeah, no, I was always a troublemaker, and so like I went to a Catholic school. I was since I was at literally kindergarten, I was just like one of the troublemakers and class clown, and saying bad things was funny to me. And
but let me ask you, Pepe, like, were you ever, as a high schooler, were you ever put in a leadership position where you had to act differently? Okay,
no.
So that's my thing. Like, I have high schoolers that I've trained to be in leadership positions, and they're still acting like they're not in leadership positions.
That would have been me. So, I would have said, "Hey guys, you do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care."
Yeah.
that would have been me.
Yeah, but I'm sure you still came out successful successful, just like my sister. Like my sister was a troubled child, and and she still turned out successful.
Well, I don't get in trouble anymore, really. I mean, I say naughty things on the internet, but I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject, I guess.
We have no subject here, really.
But I have heard, so there was an interesting study that came out of Britain, and they focused on only the children born to native Brits, which is kind of, there's many reasons why they would want to select, they didn't want to select, look at the people that were being born to foreigners because it could cause a lot of statistical noise. But they looked at the children born to native-born Brits, and what they've been seeing is like with the polygenic scoring, where they can see the different traits. Like, do they have the genes that show that they're going to have a higher likelihood to not do well academically, to have substance abuse issues, to have run-ins with the law, ADHD, all of that stuff. It spiked up quite a bit, and of course they can only hypothesize on why that might be, and part of it is that it's the people that were, the people that tend to be more successful, and they graduate college, they have a career, whatever. It's expensive living in the city in a place like the UK, and they tend not to have many kids, if any. And then on the flip side, what you have are a lot of the more impulsive people that have they don't plan on it, or they make a very poor judgment in having kids when they're not really in the position to do so. And like, I do think that there's perhaps like when you have like strong selection, where you generally like you basically a population will breed for certain traits to make, where people are smarter, more healthy, all of that stuff. We kind of have like a dysgenic filter that we've had, where it's just like the underclass of people with issues are more likely to have kids, not the responsible people, because they're expensive, and responsible people are very worried about how can I take care of them. And like, it's like you, for example, I don't know your history, but it sounds like you were waiting until everything was aligned to where you felt you could appropriately take care of a child and you were in a stable relationship.
Yeah.
There's a good chunk of the population that does not think like you.
Yeah. I mean, I was always very as a very young child, I knew exactly what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I grew up wanting to be a professional dancer and choreographer and director and producer. And so I pursued that. And I also saw my parents struggle financially. So I knew that I needed to get financially stable before I decided to do that. But honestly, in hindsight, I wish I would have started a little sooner, because I did end up getting pregnant, and then I miscarried, and then by the time I had my daughter, which happened very quickly, I was 40 years old by the time I had her, and I really wish I would have maybe done that in my mid-30s, but hindsight, it is what it is.
I did have a boss, he had like a master's in psychology, I think. He didn't work in that field, but he was like 34, I was 28, and he's Mormon. And I remember him like asking me, and this is, I never thought about any of this shit in my 20s. And he's like, "Do you have kids?" And I was like, "Do I look like white?" I was thinking, this is literally where my mind went. I was like, "Do I look like white trash to you? Like, why would I have fucking kids?"
Yeah.
And I didn't. Of course, I never said that to him. And I remember like one point we're talking about kids, and he said, so he's talking about relationships and when to get married, and I actually, like, looking back on it, I kind of believe him. He was saying how, like, he thinks one of the biggest errors people make is they want to to like get married once they think they're quote unquote ready, where they're, you know, financially, or you know, when it comes to work, they're where they need to be, and that's not necessary for a marriage. Like, okay, you guys can get married and you guys can like not be doing well financially in your 20s.
Yeah.
And he was saying how like when you guys grow together, like from an early age, that bond in and of itself is kind of important as you grow together. Whereas like as you get older, it's really hard to get that. And I absolutely agree, because I'm somebody in my 40s who, yeah, I was never married, but yeah, I don't think I could form like a bond with a woman like I would have been able to in my 20s personally. I think people like at my age, men and women, are kind of stubborn and set in their ways, and I'll just say this, you know, for the Mormons, they're like one group of people that might work out pretty well for them.
Yes, and I think it's also important to find a partner that's on the same page as you. Like, I personally wanted to have children a little bit sooner, but my partner didn't want to, and, you know, eventually we got pregnant, and I unfortunately miscarried, and then shortly thereafter we got pregnant with the daughter that we have now, and unfortunately our marriage didn't work out. But I think it's also important to like make sure, you know, with your partner that you guys are on the same page.
No, I agree, and that's where Mormons are different, because like they're gonna meet young and be on the same page, often young, and they'll have encouragement from their community. And so a lot of people don't know this. I've never been to a Mormon church, or I think they call them.
Are you Mormon?
No. I did work for a company that was largely Mormon, a very large company, where a lot of the leadership was Mormon. Lots of Mormons. Been around lots of Mormons. They call them, I forget what they call them. They don't call them churches. They call them something else. But then, wards. They call them wards. So I think it's up until like maybe the age 30, 35. So they have different wards, and that's where you go every Sunday. And they have the ward for the people that are married or over 35 or 30. I forget which the age was. They make everybody else that's single goes to a different ward. And I you know, which to me is it's kind of it's interesting, because you know, they're obviously, in a way, it's almost like they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to send different messaging, or they're trying to make it so that it's an environment that fosters marriage, you know, amongst the single parishioners. It's kind of odd, but you know, they do well, but I don't want to, you know, there's obviously, they have their fucking issues too. I mean, working around them, you would be amazed by, you know, for the Northeast region in this company, he led one of the departments for the whole Northeast region. Good-looking guy. Obviously did very well financially. It was well known. It was an open secret that he was a hound. He would take any opportunity he could get to sleep with women other than his wife.
Yeah, that's gross.
And of course he got caught. So there was a complaint, and he was using company email and instant messenger is a company instant messenger to like talk to a manager about like what to do with this employee. And he's basically like, well, no, take it easy on her, you know, because he's banging her. And yeah, he got fired for that. And of course his wife found out.
And this is in the Mormon religion or the Amish religion?
Mormon.
Okay.
So some of them are cheaters too. I mean, they have their, you know, they're not perfect. No group of people
was perfect.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I've been single for 3 years, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how many people in this room are single, but
I am.
I don't know what the age is in this room, but the struggle is real, especially if you're a single mom. It seems like I'm taboo, you know?
I mean,
and I feel like I have my shit together. Like, I have a successful business. I'm a good mom. Like,
it's not that. So you have to look at it, okay, so through the lens of like...
But I'm also 50, so I don't know, you know?
Well, okay, so somebody who's in their mid-40s, like, it's not... I don't look at... Okay, you can be way out of my league. Like, I don't know, not that I would ever want to date her, but like Kim Kardashian, she's not gonna look at me. She's a single fucking mom, though.
Yeah.
It's not about, like, you're less than or something like that, but, okay, for somebody like me that does not have children, dating a single mother is, there's a bunch of reasons besides the label. So, let's say you have split custody. Oh, I have time free all the time. But I can only see you every other week. That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
There's like that kind of shit. And then you're very limited in what you said your daughter, I believe, is like 9. I mean, there's obviously, she's at an age where she's not like a 16-year-old, for example.
Right. And I don't have split custody. Like, I have my daughter 24/7. Plus, I manage a business, so my time is very limited. So, yeah, I get it. I just feel like my time is not right.
That's why. And it's not because, so, like, if you didn't have a child, like, you could spend a lot more free time. And I would not, and then, of course, it's like, I've never had this experience because I've never really dated single mothers. It's just like, okay, then I would meet your kid, I'm guessing, if it got serious enough at one point, and then I obviously have to act like a role model. And, you know, a mother's number one responsibility has to be to her child before a man.
Yes.
And so, you know, she would obviously pick me because she thinks I'd be a responsible person that would be a good role model. And then it's just like I had to take on this, like, not to say that like I'd be a father, but I'd have to be like a father figure.
I didn't realize.
Well, you would just take on a position of male maturity.
Like I'm a teacher.
And I'm sorry, I know the whole conversation is political, man, and that was turned into relationships. I'm sorry.
Actually, I need to do a room that's a little different than what we usually do, and something around politics and dating and all that. That'd be kind of interesting to do. But I didn't realize that it was this problematic entry points for single mothers to meet somebody. I didn't know that as much as I do now. But you mentioned something that I didn't even think about. That's why I was wondering. I'm like, is it really this hard? But go ahead. What were you saying?
But that's only for men without kids. The thing is, though, is that for a woman to be a mother, you have to have, obviously, there's a father. Somebody who's a father, and usually there's not a single father. It's usually a father with split custody or the mother has custody. Mm-hmm. And less commonly, just the father. My dad had just custody of us.
Right. I didn't even know. I didn't even think about that part of things. I didn't even know about that. But
yeah, but it works. It can work. Mm-hmm. I think, but I think where the disconnect comes is if you're a dad that has split custody of your children, and you're trying to date a woman that never had kids, there is going to be this difference between the two, and it's you know, it might not work. It's not like, once again, it's about the difference in priorities and the amount of attention they can give each other.
Let me ask, is it easier for a single mom to date a single dad? Or wait, no, single mom. Yeah, single dad. Let's get that right. A dad that has a kid too. I was kind of curious about that. Jennifer, what do you think? Like, if a dad had a kid too, they're divorced, you know, from his wife, and then like, is that an easier experience or is that just more complex? I don't know.
The bias is always towards the women on this.
Well, I have to be completely honest. I haven't really made much effort to date, so I don't really know. But I
relate better to the situation where a single guy is like, I don't know how to go in. I don't know how to approach this the right way. So many angles on it.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, I don't really have a whole lot of opportunities to go out and meet single dads.
So what are you stuck doing? Literally.
She has a fucking 9-year-old full time.
I know, but she wants to meet somebody, Pepe.
Well, I left my husband. Yeah, I left my husband 3 years ago, and in addition to raising a 9-year-old, I homeschool her, and I also manage a business. So my life, and I travel a lot, because of business. So my life is pretty chaotic, and the times when I want to go out and meet men, I don't really have that opportunity because, I have a 9-year-old on my side.
But I would say there is one group.
Hopefully her dad will step up a little bit so that I have a little bit more free time.
So when it comes to the taboo to single mothers, she's kind of in shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. Why is he back on stage? Okay, just keep him down, dude. Holy shit.
Who was that?
It's the usual guy.
Yeah, it's fucking...
It's the nose picker guy you were here earlier.
Yeah, you fucking asshole.
Kitover?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's streaming and doing stupid shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, please.
Oh, yeah,
I hope
we
we
should
have
like
seamless conversation.
everything's being streamed, so if you're, don't want your business all over the place.
Anyway, it's all good. I have nothing to hide.
I do think this is where women will say it's not her demographic at her age, and she is somewhat anomalous to have a 9-year-old at 50.
Yeah.
But if you meet a woman who's like, let's say 24, and she already has a kid or two, and you're 24, I would say to a young man, I would tell him, don't do that. Just if you can avoid it, just do not do that. You can start a life of your own, bro. And I would say the exact same thing to a woman. If the 24-year-old man already had 2 kids, it's just like, look, you guys are really young. Don't go with the single parents. If anything, let the people that already have kids meet each other. I would say that as you get older, so I was 30 when I met my ex. We were together for over 8 years, and then it ended right when the pandemic started, and I haven't really cared to date or anything since. It was hard at first, but then I got super comfortable with not wanting to date, and then that's my norm. But I remember opening up.
Do you feel like you're being honest about that, or is that just a story you tell yourself? And I'm just saying because I think there's this whole concept of, it could be self-doubt. It sounds like you're expressing self-doubt, or sometimes there's also psychology.
No, I would
perception and self-doubt.
Sure. So, I would, for I don't know, just to kind of for my ego in a weird way, I would put up even unflattering pictures of myself on dating apps. It was my way of seeing who would be interested in me, and I would not say anything flattering about myself, anything like that. But I would still get a lot of matches and attention, and I'm gonna be really frank. So I remember it was November of 2019 is when we ended it, and it was weird. I remember I wanted to get my hair cut, and there was this attractive woman around my age, and I remember almost wanting to cry because I just wish she would give me a hug or something. Was that I missed that kind of intimacy. Then fast forward several months, I was working from home, used to being by myself, and I just then all of a sudden I didn't have any fucking desire to want to get it. And so I just
urges like any male, but I can take care of that like whenever I want. And then it gets to a point to where it's just like, well, do I really want to take flirt with some woman, and who knows how the fuck it's gonna go, and whatever, I can just go jerk off and stop thinking about it. And I personally do not have a desire. Like, I don't feel like there's anything a woman can do to fulfill me. And so I that's where I'm stuck. I don't really. What is a woman gonna do to complete me? Like, I can't think of anything. I mean, sure, I could meet a woman that's like, she's like friend, and we have like this super cool connection, and it's like, and obviously once you have something like that, you'd be like, oh wow, this is so great. I've never had this in my life before. But I mean, I can look throughout my life, and the few women I was in like serious relationships with, where I felt like I had that connection with them, it turned out to be wrong. And so, even then, it's just like, what the fuck is it? Like, it's almost like your mind deceives you. You think like, oh, this is a great person. You guys are meant to be together, all this shit. And then it's like, nope, you were dead fucking wrong. Your intuition was dead fucking wrong. Those feelings of comfort and security and specialness you had for this person were obviously not right. And so there goes that. So it's like, next time I feel this certain way, I mean, I'm probably going to be wrong, just like I was before. And I'm going to be quite honest, like, not being in a relationship, yeah, there's like things you miss out on, but there's none of the fucking drama. There is none of the stress and the bullshit that comes with it. And like, people say like, oh, wouldn't you want this? And you're like, yeah, sure, but I don't have it, and I'm not going to miss it. And I'm not going to have the ups and the lows.
Yeah, I do agree that, the drama, I don't miss that, but there are times when I'm like, I miss not being able to cuddle with him or make out with him on any given day, or having someone to challenge me on my own bullshit, So.
But after a few years, that goes away. Like,
there's the good and the bad with, being single and being in a relationship. So. Anyway.
But I would say it took like around 3 years or so for that to just kind of go away. And I just no longer care. I
have to ask, since this is a political room, how much is the politics of the person affecting your dating, Jennifer? If you had any chance of dating?
Well, I haven't dated.
I'm just saying, you came across somebody.
Like, I've been, okay, so I left my husband.
I'm a Trump supporter.
Matt, I left my husband 3 years ago, and in 3 years, there's maybe been 2 men that I found interesting and attractive, and I have no clue what their political leanings were. But I do have to say that probably 95% of the people in my life, friends and family, are MAGA, and I'm not, so I don't know.
But this is the interesting part, though, is if you look at dating profiles of women, I would say at least a third, they will say, like swipe left if you voted for Trump, no MAGA, none of this shit. And I look at that as a gift. I'm not offended by it whatsoever, because it's like, yeah, thank you so much. Like, I don't want your fucking drama.
Yeah, I really don't care as long as they let me have my own thoughts and opinions and beliefs. Like, I'm in the camp that believes neither side has our best interest, so I'm neither, I don't know. I'm in a weird position politically, but yeah.
Your family will really like you then.
My family is full on MAGA.
You're like, oh, bring another MAGA person in.
No, they would love if I would meet a MAGA man. But like I said, I literally have been single for 3 years, but I haven't been trying. Like, I don't know, all my friends, like, I have a friend that literally has not divorced her husband yet, and she's already dating. And I don't know if it's because I'm just a very loyal person, or I just haven't made the effort. I don't know what it is, but in 3 years, I've met 2 men that I've been physically attracted to, and I've had good conversation with, but it hasn't panned out, because of one reason or another.
Well, it not get like, okay, so I was like a male whore, and I was one of the guys that would like play women all the time when I was younger. And I would feel a little bad afterwards, but not really, because my friends and I would high five each other, like, fuck that bitch, who cares about her feelings? That was like that was kind of typical of males in America, that grew up in the 90s and early 2000s. But I think like after you've been in relationships and dated so much, and it kind of I can't help but think it's like, at least for me, it makes me super jaded. Like I feel like I've ran the gamut of every type of like feeling you can get with a female, and any expectation or excitement you can get with them, and it's just kind of like, oh, I get to experience that again. Amazing. I don't really care. Like, what is the likelihood? And I'm not saying it could be just me. I'm just saying for me, not you. But it's just like, okay, I'm in my mid-40s. We're not too far apart in age, but it's just like, statistically, what is the likelihood that things will change once I get in a relationship now? It could be a me problem. Could be that I'm just not, somebody that it was, for whatever reason, my personality, this was meant for me to be like in basically a loving relationship until we die. And that's fine. I mean, honestly, I don't, at this point in my life, it's not, why would I care? Like, and this is the most basic part, if I don't, I'm not losing anything. I'm at peace. Somebody can add to my life, but it's likely going to be rocky, and then I would have to feel the heartache and the pain and the anger, as a result of it. And so, like, I would just rather just like not deal with it.
Right, I agree with you. Yeah, but I haven't been in a position where I could actually date people. Like the two guys I met, like my daughter was with me, so it wasn't like they were going to ask me out on a date or, and I don't really have support from someone to really watch my daughter for me to go out on dates, so I don't know. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. For me, it's a lot simpler for my life right now. Maybe when she's a little older and more independent, I can, get out and be more accessible to meet men.
I mean, when she's like 15, or I should say like in high school, she's probably going to, obviously she'll have the level of cognitive functioning to where she can be more independent, but
yeah, I mean, even if she could just like stay home by herself, like that will open me up to being able to like go on a date, like where I don't really have that option right now. Because where I live, I don't have family nearby, unfortunately. Although I love where I live. It's just my closest family member is an hour away. It's not like I have a trustworthy babysitter nearby.
There's been a charge leveled at you that you are in an incel phase.
I'm not in an incel phase. This is so stupid. What's really funny is I've had like a woman on this app from the Jewish side of Clubhouse say like, oh, this is incel shit. This is incel shit. And I just look at her like, if we're about the same age, and like I can compare pictures of me when I was young, and even now, it's not like I grew up like blew up and became fat or anything like that. I still have a full set of hair. But it's just like I went through at least a couple hundred women. Like by the time I was 21, next year ears by the way. This man is shut up. This man is gay.
When it comes to dating, what do you mean incel?
So an incel is involuntarily celibate. Now the involuntary part though is that like there was a woman on a dating. This was in September. It was we ended up connecting right before like Charlie Kirk got killed, And the only reason I bring that up is because she went to the memorial because it was here in Arizona. We went, same age, went to the same high school. She also doesn't have kids. You guys think I'm a fucking Nazi? Like, holy shit, wait till you meet her. Literally. But, I mean, she's cool and all, but she's, I think, a little bit crazy. But it's just like, and like this what she was like begging me to like meet her. I'm like, I don't know, this bitch seems crazy. Like, I just don't want to do it. Fuck that. Make excuses, and then, I just won't do it. And then, like, I think about it. Like, when it comes, here's like one of the biggest impediments. Like, I have to like get ready, meet a woman, be on my best manners, and try to spend money, try to pretend, try to make her happy, and I don't even know if this bitch is going to be somebody I fucking care about or I even like. And so, and here's, I'll tell you where males might be different than females, is that we kind of do the calculus. Like, well, this bitch would be a handful to deal with. So, we spent this money, we're kind of invested, but I would nail her, so perhaps I get that deal. And so, I'm not going to lie, I'm not above caressing a woman to do that. But it's just like, even then, it's just like, you know what I can do? I can just go ahead and jerk off and stop thinking about it, and then just go ahead and go back to, like, what I was doing. Like, it's literally that, like, there's nothing complicated about, like, my frame of mind, and
so you have to jerk off, then go through the whole dating process.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah.
It's more simple, yeah.
Well, just think about it. People think that, like, oh, dude, I get, like, first of all, a lot of women are like, lazy, and they're not, a lot of sex is, like, transactional, and to be quite frank, I can often get, like, fucking my own hand, have a better orgasm than I can with a lot of fucking women. And so, yeah, I don't really need to, I don't need to.
I gotta stop you there.
So that's a challenge for women. Like,
I had plenty of, women that could do the job. I don't know what's going on.
That women, first of all, any woman can do the job. It's just like, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I think this is also where I'm changed. Like, I'm somebody who went through, at a very young age, went through a lot of women. By the time I was 30, it's probably like 400 or 500. It was.
What?
Yeah, no, it was like, it was disgusting.
Wait,
400 to 500.
I'm 50 and I can count on one hand the amount of men that I've been with.
Yeah, it's like, you have to.
Wow.
And I would say
That is a modern day Genghis Khan.
So you're
most civilized times, he would have actually fathered those children too.
Well, no, he did it through strong heart. He basically pillaged and raped.
So were you a partier? Is that why you wanted
I kind of was, but it was, I would say, like, in comparison to my friends that did get married and have children, like, in my 20s, I was somewhat looking for the one, but I was also, like, always on the prowl for, like, who can I fuck? And that's what I did. And I spent, like, way too much time trying to fuck women. Way too much time. And I would say, like, this is where the jade, also where it comes in. So imagine you slept with all of these women, and then you're like my age, and it's like, the obvious answer is, or question would be, what do you have to show for it? How did it improve your life? It did not improve my life. I had a bunch of fleeting moments of satisfaction. You could have smoked crack and done the same fucking thing. It doesn't benefit you in any way in the long term. And so even that is kind of like, And you have to, it's also like, it gets old. Like, how many women do you have to fuck? And it's just,
right.
It's just like,
so
you fucked the rainbow.
Yeah, so this moment of celibacy that you're going through is good. Like, right? Isn't that what you just said? Like,
No, I don't know if it's good. I just don't care.
No, I'm saying that you should go through this because of how you were in your early 20s and early 30s.
It's enlightening you. This is a very enlightening side of Pepe.
Yeah.
And one thing I noticed is that, sometimes when you go through extremes, it brings you out of the other side. And so what men have to understand is you're not going to be sexually compatible with every woman. So trying to chase every woman, like Pepe said, it's going to be very, very fleeting. You're going to feel empty. That's one thing I learned on my journey. You're not going to be sexually compatible with every woman. So it might be better just to be friends.
Yeah, and I'm a fucking pervert too. I'm into things that a lot of women, I'd be like, oh my god. But I don't know. But the kind of women that would maybe be into stuff I'm into are not that common.
The silence is deafening.
I know, they're like, oh my god,
I hate to ask what you're into, but anyway. Yeah,
it's like kink.
I think it's funny because I think it's for you self-doubt, not self-acceptance. I think you just have gotten bored of women, and that's why you're not dating anymore. But I don't think it's that you're like an incel at all, because that would be something more like self-deception, which is you're accused of incel. That is clearly not the case. You have probably a high enough body count to be more to get the women if you wanted them. But it seems like you have gotten bored of women.
I wouldn't say bored. I don't think it's possible to. For me, there's the physical, sexual attraction part is still very much there. It's just
all the other bags that comes with it.
Yeah, it's everything, and then it's the.
What's the baggage? I would like to know what that is.
Oh, sure. Well, if you meet a woman and you want to date her,
the bullshit.
The reality is that that's right.
Bullshit.
So,
shit from a bull.
But if you were to look at,
what is the woman I need to know?
Okay, so if you're looking to meet a woman or man, we can just do this either way. You're going to meet the person. They can be charming and nice. And if there's a physical attraction between you two that kind of does in a way sucker you in into thinking, it makes you feel these feelings of you start to attribute your own ideas of what this person is or should be, and it's kind of and I'm sure everybody here can kind of understand what I'm saying. When you meet a woman who's very attractive and she smiles and she's nice and all of that, the fact that she's pretty and she's interested in you, it gives you this feeling where it's just oh, this person is somehow good. As opposed if this person wasn't as attractive, you likely would not have those feelings. And there is a level of superficiality that happens with all of us, where I get it for biological reasons. We select for. I'm not very religious, but we select for mates that we think will have the healthiest offspring, and so we're cognitively, our minds cognitively trick us into thinking that just the beauty standard is what is the most important, which in a way it is. Even if I'm being frank here, very few of you, men and women, are going to fall in love with a person you find physically unattractive that is beautiful, in your opinion, when it comes to their personality. But that's just a reality, and that's kind of a mind fuck when you think about it, how superficial all of us are.
Do you feel like you're equally yoked with the women in
aggression or physically, yeah.
But the mental,
it depends on the women. Mm-hmm. There are women that, like, I've been rejected too, like anybody else. There are women that I really liked that, by my own admission, were could do a lot better than me. Were, more for personality reasons and, more educated, all of that stuff. Like, nobody's. And that's the thing when it comes to dating, is a lot of people like to think that they're special, but at the end of the day, we all judge each other. We're incredibly harsh in our assessments. It's really fucked. I mean, really, it's just it's kind of black-pilling when you start to think about how much of this just like ties into like the behavior of fucking animals. And I don't know, like, yeah, you'll love your cat as a kitten in old age when it's past its prime, and you love it. And what's kind of weird is you love it because it's cute. It like triggers not your sexual response, but like almost like the part of your brain that triggers, like, oh, when you see an infant or a little kid, you want to be soft and gentle and play with it and foster it. But I don't know, like, but cats are fucking vicious little animals. When they're left to their own, they kill each other, they fight each other.
Pepe, I think the pussy has turned you into a philosopher.
I don't think so.
I feel like they're fatigued by having one. It's probably like a question, a numbers game. Like, if you think about every single like, you imagine a dating app. You go through 500 women you swipe them and like easily swipe through 500 women in like less than an hour. Obviously, in modern day, you could probably do that in like 10 minutes. Like, depends on how fast, right? And he's just it's just a metaphor is that in his brain, he's reached a certain scale where, like, well, it's just simple numbers. What's 300 squared? That's, like, 90,000. So, it's a bigger number than 30 squared, which is like 900. So, I mean, if you think about it, it's just once you reach a certain number, it's crazy, right? You have to actually, like, you probably just feel like you have seen a certain kind of behavioral pattern emerge that actually takes 300 women, and you start to not see women anymore as complex, but rather maybe more liabilities. Many people view women as assets, like wives.
But I look at women kind of similar to how I look at males. That's the weird part, is there are obviously differences between men and women, but I look at, just like men, I think they're, growing up, I think this is maybe one of my challenges when it came to bonding with women, the way that maybe some of my friends who had single mothers or two-parent households. I was raised by my dad. I only had brothers. I had an aunt and a grandmother, but my cousins were male. I was around males. Like, I could easily connect with other males in terms of just like getting along with them, but with women, I felt like, I would say at an early age, I did feel like they were sensitive in a way that I could not understand, because I just was not used to being around women. And, I didn't quite realize I had to, and for me, I kind of had to learn, like, oh, you have to treat them a little bit differently. Which I always did, because obviously I wanted to fuck them, but it was, there's obviously, I understand that there's like the physical differences between us. They're they're either going to be fear us or feel protected by us, like the obvious shit. But when it came to like the little nuances of what you should or shouldn't, and I'm talking about when I was like 16, 17, 18, I do feel like I had to learn a lot at that age. No, I think women are rather similar to males. They have their different motives. There's guys that you would want if you had a nice sister that you think would be an amazing wife. You have guys that you would think are suitable for her, and you would have guys that you wouldn't want anywhere near your sister. It's the same thing, you know. If you had a really nice brother, there's women you wouldn't want to go near your brother, and there's women that you'd be like, oh my God, she's great. Men and women are just I don't know. They're all flawed, and they have a bunch of different personality types and motives, and I just don't. That's why you get a lot of people who are quote unquote on the right, and like on the manosphere and the red pill community. And I was one of the people like before I went on, because I went on to like a Omegle in the beginning of the pandemic, and that turned into going on Discord and then going on to here. But there was the purple pill debate community that I would go on, and of course this is just after a breakup, and so I would. It was interesting. I would talk to a lot of the red pill folks, and as well as like the blue pill, which are the normies, and then you'd have like the black pill, which are the extremists, and so forth. But you also had like the red pill version for the women. And I never could really ideologically agree with any of them. You have like extremists on both sides with men and women and what they expect. And the shit test they'll put men and women through. And it's just so toxic. And it's just like, healthy, normal people don't go through this. And I think part of the problem is that, you know, you get people that cannot have healthy relationships because they're not healthy psychologically. If you're somebody who has to shit test a man, or shit test a woman, who has to be controlling or demanding any of this shit, that's not conducive to a healthy relationship. And I'm just going to be frank, like, the people I know that have had relationships for 20 plus years that have been, you know, since they were teenagers, they all have something in common. They're actually like somewhat nice, well-rounded people. You know, and that's the one thing that none of these people that are red pill, whether it's the females or the males, they are willing to take into consideration. They're only willing to look at the faults of the other sex, which to me it's fucking retarded.
I don't know what the red pill, blue pill, purple pill mean thing is, but I have a question. When it comes to women dating men, and this is just a question for men, do you guys prefer a woman that kind of just sits by and waits for you to make the move, or do you appreciate a woman that makes the move first? Just curious. Because I've always, in my relationships, like I'm a very confident person. I see a man, I am interested in him, and I'll make the move. But I feel like sometimes that is off-putting to some men. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I would say I appreciate a woman that would do that. My middle brother, she ended up approaching him. He went to the University of Arizona, so did she. There's a restaurant where she was sitting outside. She said, "Oh, you know," she approached him, asked for his number. They've been together for 20 years. They're married.
So that's not intimidating to men.
No, not at all.
Okay.
And I do at risk is men.
Or you just said only sluts approach men. And then she said,
but no, but that's the thing.
You might not be wrong.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is I haven't.
I don't know. I've been the one that has. I've always been the one that has approached men, and I've only been in long relationships. I'm 50, and I've been with 4 men in my life, like long relationships, because I approached them. Like I knew what I wanted. I knew that I was attracted.
Yeah, that's fine.
But now I'm like,
you're not a slut.
now I'm trying the opposite, and it's like crickets, you know. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'm not cute, and maybe it's because I have a daughter. I have no clue. But
I would say this is a problem, and one of the other interesting things I've noticed about dating profiles and other, of course, online this is talked about, is that women, they'll like match with men, and the men will say nothing to them. Or they'll just like respond a few days later and be like, "What's up?" And like when it comes to planning anything, it's like digging, for gold. It's just like they're just like, eh. And I do think there's like that like I'm not an anomaly. Like I do think there's a lot of men that are like me that just kind of don't give a shit. And
yeah, but I was gonna ask, do you think that us men know what we want as much as women want? That's the key question.
I think probably to a degree. I think that the problem with men and women is they both have unrealistic expectations. You cannot have a relationship with a person and it's always going to go well.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be trials. There's going to be differences between the two people where they'll get on each other's fucking nerves, where one will want something the other won't. There's no, just think, even on a friendship, a platonic friendship, you're never going to get along with your friend or agree with your friend 100% of the time. So in other words, I don't think any relationship is a fairy tale.
Right. But do you think that like us men know what we want as much as the women do? Like like what we're
yeah, but I think both have largely unrealistic expectations.
Right. It's like over exaggerated in that way.
Yep.
But still, like who do you think both do, or one side is more so than the other? I guess that's what I'm wondering.
I mean, I would it's hard to say because the red pill community and a lot of the shit that's come out in recent years, I would say, I don't know. I think that women, part of the problem is that like you used to have a very clear male role, which was to be like the breadwinner, the person that literally just takes care of your spouse and the children, but now it's like, okay, so now that you have both sexes that have entered the workplace, I think that one of the biggest problems has been that like, okay, well, now that role of the provider and protector, those lines have largely been blurred. However, I do think that biologically, women generally want their man to be, oftentimes, this is not all women, but to earn more money, to be able to be the protector, to be perhaps even more intelligent, somebody they can go to for answers. I do think women are more skewed to wanting to lean on a man, if that makes sense, for certain things. Whereas obviously a man, he's going to be skewed when it comes to sex and that kind of shit. But I would say that, and here's the problem: is if you look at like human evolution, we've had selection pressures that have been going on, for millennia. I mean, all throughout time, we've had different selection pressures where women were unwilling to mate with certain men. Polygamy for large swaths of history. Do I think that like this is just another? I personally think this is just another. This is us living, basically, and here's different selection pressures.
I was gonna say, Cindy made a good comment about letting the men do the hunting, and personally, I don't feel like men are doing the hunting.
Well, wait a minute. They did when we were young. Let me ask you a question.
But again,
as far as the hunting is concerned,
Dr. Adams, I was going to say, but again, I'm 50 and I also have a 9-year-old, so that could also be why I'm not being hunted.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. So let me ask you a question. Do you feel, Pepe, that, you know, in your cultural desires as far as a woman's place and how you would like to see that woman in the image of your dream, you know, creating a family, do you feel like your pathway is hindered by your inability to cultivate the financial resources to be able to provide the family structure that you're going to provide?
Wait, hold on a second. So you're conflating two things. What would I desire, and
do you make enough in your market, the market that you live in?
No.
Do you make enough in your market that you live in to be able to support a wife and a family without the woman being able to work?
No, hold on.
It's a very simple question.
No, it's not a simple question.
It is a simple question.
No, because you're conflating two things. You're assuming that the woman I would want to marry is somebody that I would have to make enough money for. I've never made such a claim.
Got it. So, you know, Erica Kirk, she is single. She's in your area.
She's a single partner.
Are you opposed to, you know, dating women with children?
Erica Kirk, yeah. I don't see how that would work.
So why would you be opposed to dating Erica Kirk?
She's a grieving fucking widow. She has a husband whose shoes I could not.
She does not have a husband.
Shut the fuck up and let me answer.
Okay, but you're
shut up and let me answer the question.
Okay. All right.
Okay, she is a grieving widow who has a husband who had a husband's shoes in which I could never fucking fill, and she has 2 young fucking children. Now,
Aristotle and Onassis could have felt the same way about Jackie O. Right?
Okay, but once
again, I feel like you're selling yourself short, Pepe. I really do. So again, if these are things...
Selling myself short? But no, I'm not going to get with Erica Kirk. Like this... Okay, let's say...
Pepe.
First of all, if she was to get with somebody like me, it's because she's grieving. I'm a nobody. Okay? And second of all...
So you feel like Jackie...
The amount of hold on. Okay. The amount of emotional baggage. Okay? And then, of course, she has really young children. I feel like, and first of all, I'm not a very religious person.
You have emotional baggage.
But hold on. I feel like the best thing for somebody like Erica Kirk, and I'm sure those around her would probably say it too, is that she belongs with a man from the church, a devoted, God-fearing person who perhaps might have children of his own. That literally their lives are going to gel together. Somebody like me is not compatible with Erica Kirk.
Listen, she's a businesswoman. She's willing to compromise. So let's say she's a businesswoman and willing to compromise. What out of those things do you feel like she's looking for? Do you not fit the profile of?
Oh, I think she's somebody who definitely wants to be around an extremely... she's attracted to men that are successful. I'm not successful. Nobody knows who I am. That's what she's attracted to. And with her, I would be unwilling to because the baggage, dude. Like, and I'm not somebody who can imagine. I can imagine ever.
So you don't feel like you come with
role that
she would be
yearning for.
You don't feel like you come with a certain type of baggage.
Of course I do.
For a woman like Erica Kirk.
Of course I do.
Got it. So you don't feel like you could threaten her platform?
Of course I would.
Got it. But if you
all I would have to do is play my fucking me trolling, with my very crude fucking jokes and remarks, spitting out the N-word every 5 seconds.
But she spent a little bit of time in reality television entertainment and entertainment. I mean, maybe that's something that she would be open to. I mean, she fits the core values that you're discussing, right?
Which core values?
Well,
Maybe Kirk would want someone famous. Like I don't think
me too. That's what I'm saying. Famous.
Yeah,
I'm trying not
attention. Like,
I'm not trying to, and I'm not trying to bag on her. I'm not trying to bag on her.
It just real.
Exactly, and that's why I'm not trying to bag on her. She is. Her husband was just killed like what 7 months ago, but she is not going to be remotely interested in a nobody, which I am a nobody. Okay, she's. Look, that's just not. I don't know her personally, but she's a beautiful woman. I'll give her that, but she's not. I don't know. It's just we're not.
Wait, how do you know that she's not?
How we would ever be compatible?
I mean, she's not. You're not. I mean, maybe she's able to match your freak, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like. I mean, man, I feel like nothing is impossible, and I feel like
Okay, but what's weird is you're bringing her up. Well, I would rather be with a woman that has zero inheritance, that is not known, that is single without fucking children, who didn't have this husband who